If you say to the universe, give me, give me, give me, the universe's response back will be exactly the same. You're aligned with that. It will align and give you experiences that match your desire. It'll say, give me, give me, give me, and you'll constantly feel under pressure and never able to arrive. Whatever you would like to manifest, whatever it might be, write it out and keep it next to where you meditate.
Be astonished. Just go through life being astonished. Rumi put it this way. He said, sell your cleverness and purchase bewilderment.
There's so many paradoxes in the Tao. There's so many. You can only achieve fulfillment when you achieve emptiness. You can only hear answers by silencing your mind. This is half of the Tao. You can only become rich by knowing already that you have enough.
Wayne Dyer was an icon in self-development and spiritual growth. He wrote over 40 books with an astonishing 21 New York Times bestsellers. His childhood was spent in orphanages and foster homes, but he'd go on to inspire millions and become known as the father of motivation. In this exclusive speech from the Celebrate Your Life stage, Wayne Dyer shares with us the keys to finding inner peace, overcoming limiting beliefs, and achieving real success. Special thanks to Liz Dawn for partnering with us to release this exclusive content on our YouTube channel. Enjoy.
The message of change your thoughts, change your life began to unfurl for me a couple of years ago. I am now 67, and on the 11th of May, 2005, the day after I turned 65, strange things were happening for me leading up to that time. And the strange things that were happening were that I found myself being called to something new in my life. I've always noticed that when something significant is about to take place, when some change is going to take place in my life, that there's a kind of a calling, there's a kind of you start thinking different kinds of things, and your life begins to take on a whole different kind of meaning, which I'll be talking about a little bit later on. And what Carl Jung called synchronistic events begin to show up. Things that you can't really put your finger on, but they just keep happening over and over and over again. And I've learned, I think we call these subtle signals from the divine mind. And the more you pay attention to these, the more you begin to realize that your life is moving from ambition, which is focused on what's in it for me and how much can I get and how much money am I going to make and what are my goals and so on. You move from ambition to meaning, and anything that has to do with trying to get ahead or trying to make more money or trying to have more prestige and so on begins to take a back seat in your life as you move into the afternoon of your life and into the time when living on purpose and fulfilling an internal dharma, an internal kind of something that you know is calling you, something that you may have signed up for even before you entered into this world of form. And as that becomes clearer and clearer to you, these signals are things that you pay a whole lot more attention to than you used to. And you don't treat anything as an accident. And you don't treat anything as a coincidence. These things that we call coincidences, these kinds of events, really that word coincidence comes from the word coincide. And in mathematics, two angles that fit together perfectly are said to be two angles that coincide. We've taken a term that means something that fits together perfectly and interpreted it to mean through our intellect something that shows up accidentally. And there is no accidents in a universe that has a divine intelligence behind it. There can be no accidents. Even the person you're sitting next to today is a part of the perfection of it all. And the fact that you're here today, and the fact that you believe that the people who really need to be at this conference have stayed home, the fact is they're exactly where they belong. And I began to notice this shift, this change in my life, and I wasn't quite sure what it was, but I always know. I remember when Arthur Miller, the great American playwright, was being interviewed at the age of 89 in the New York Times. And he had a play off Broadway at the age of 89 that he had just written. And the interviewer for the New York Times said to him, "Are you working on another play?" And I loved his response. He said, "I don't know, but I probably am." And that kind of an answer, that kind of a response indicates to me that he knew the difference between motivation and inspiration. Because motivation is when a motivated person, and we try to motivate our children and we try to motivate ourselves. And motivation is when you get a hold of an idea and you just plow through, and you take it through to its logical conclusion, and you don't let anything interfere with your objectives. And things that we call obstacles, you just go around them, or you go through them, or you pay somebody to get them out of your way, and off you go. That's motivation. Inspiration is the exact reverse. Inspiration isn't you getting a hold of an idea and taking it where it was intended to go. It's an idea gets a hold of you, and it takes you where you originally signed up to go in the first place, but you got waylaid. You let your ego get in the way. You let something stop you and keep you from where you wanted to go. And this idea that there is something that is bigger than you are, that is bigger than all of us, that we originated from, that we, T.S. Eliot said, we shall not cease from exploration. And at the end of all of our exploring will be to return to the place from which we originated and to know it for the first time. To know it. Returning. In the Tao, the 40th verse of the Tao Te Ching says that the way of Tao is a return trip, and that we all are able and capable of returning to the place from which we came without having to die in doing so. To die while we're alive is what Lao Tzu asks us to look at. To return to that place, to live a God-realized life, if you will. And this calling was getting bigger and bigger for me. I go back for a few moments to something that happened to me in the year 2000 when I turned 60. And I was in a little town in the northern part of Italy, just a little bit south of Florence, called Assisi, where I was writing a book, working on a book, and lecturing about the life of one of the great beings who ever walked on this planet, a Christ consciousness soul named St. Francis of Assisi. He's calling now. And before I went on that trip, I had visited a physician who specialized in knees. And this right knee of mine was bone on bone from years and years and years of running, obsessively. I ran 8 miles every day for 22 years without missing one day, between 76 and 98. And some called that obsessive OCD, but I used to say, you brush your teeth every day, you don't call that obsessive. You make a poopy every day, you don't call that obsessive. This is what I do every day. But my joints were paying a price for that kind of pounding and pounding. And I had to wear a brace on my knee whenever I played tennis or whenever I ran. And the pain was getting worse and worse. But I was really committed to not having this thing replaced. Going in and having surgery and putting artificial parts in my body just didn't resonate with me. And on this particular trip, there was a young man on this trip. My wife was there, and we had taken 25 or 30 people to several places in Europe, several spiritual places. One was Lourdes, where we walked through the grotto and did the whole thing. If you haven't done that in your lifetime, I really encourage you to do that over in France. It's an experience that you'll never, ever, ever forget, where 15,000 people come together in this little town in France, and they all march where Saint Bernadette, this woman who had these visions, 18 visions, back in the 1850s and 1860s, and people were being healed by this water, this holy water, and so on. So I always wanted to see that and be there, and people all just line up, and all of the wounded people, all of the sick people, all of the people who really need help and who are praying for some kind of healing are at the front of the line, the people in wheelchairs, people on stretchers, and so on. And there's nobody organizing anything. There's nobody telling people what to do or how to get there. And everybody has candles, and you just get candles. They're for sale all throughout the town, and you just pick them up. And you walk through the entire town with nobody organizing anything, nobody telling anybody. There are people there from the Philippines, from Japan, from Africa, from all over Asia, North America, South America. People don't even speak the same language, and everybody is just shoulder to shoulder marching, and they're playing Ave Maria throughout the entire village on these speakers that are posted everywhere. And you have a sense. I remember when we came back, and I said to my wife, 15,000 people. This goes on every single night between April 15th and October 15th in this little village. And nobody organized it or anything. We left there. We took a bus over to Paris, got into the hotel room, and turned on the television set. And what was happening was over in the Middle East, in Israel and Palestine, there were about 100 people throwing rocks at each other, back and forth. You remember that time? I think Ramallah, I believe it was. There was all of this horror stuff going on, but it was just about 100 people. And every network, CNN, all of them were carrying these 100 people trying to kill each other. And just over here, there are 15,000 people showing up every day just to be in peace. And it happens every single day between April and October. And nobody's reporting on it. It's not in the news. It should give you just a little sense of, the idea that for every act of evil in the world, there are 1 million acts of kindness. And why not put your attention on them? And then you wouldn't be experiencing this world. Because Einstein said probably the most important decision you'll ever make is to decide whether you live in a friendly universe or a hostile universe. And if you believe you live in a hostile universe, you'll be looking for occasions to defend that and explain that. And you'll be constantly reminding yourself of it, and you'll be reading newspaper accounts and turning on televisions. And I have found at this time in my life that is just stuff that I'm not a part of at all. I'm not in a world that's at war. I'm in a world that is at peace and creating more and more and more of it. That's how I choose to live. And that's where I choose to be. Thank you. And when enough of us begin to think this way and act this way, after a while, you'll get to a point, which is where I am now, where even if someone hands me a Time magazine and I start going through it, it doesn't take but 4 or 5 pages before I start feeling something happening in here that isn't right. It doesn't resonate quite with me about how many people were blown up over here and how many people were killed over here. Like information is no longer newsworthy to me. It is something that I just don't want to identify myself with. I want to put my attention on making this kind of world, the world that Lao Tzu envisioned 2,500 years ago. Anyway, after Lourdes, we went to Assisi. And Assisi is the home where Francesco, back in the 13th century, this little man had this conversion. He did the U-turn, what we call the Saul to Paul moment. That moment of being someone who was a warrior and a womanizer to being someone who took off all of his clothes and gave his whole life over to serving Christ, to serving God, and being in that way and traveling all over promoting this, and ultimately became the man for whom the city of San Francisco was named. And while we were there, we had this 20 people, and there was a young man named John Zebold, and John had cerebral palsy. So he had braces on his legs. Each of them weighed 25 pounds, each brace. So he had 50 pounds of braces on his legs. And he was about 6'2", my height. And we were going up this castle to the place where Francisco was buried, and to get a better view of the land from where he had all of his great healings and where the animals, Patanjali once said that when you are steadfast means you never slip. When you are steadfast in your abstention of thoughts of harm directed towards yourself and others, then all living creatures will cease to feel fear in your presence. When you're steadfast, if you live at Siddhi consciousness, Christ consciousness, if you live at the highest level of consciousness, and you never slip because that's who you are, as it says in the Tao, a man of Tao is kind to the kind and kind to the unkind, because kindness is his nature. It's all he has to give away. When that becomes your nature, literally becomes your nature, everything changes. The world that you're in changes. Not only does everything change, but if you listen to David Hawkins in Power versus Force, you begin to impact everyone around you with that kind of consciousness yourself. So St. Francis was one of these beings that wild animals, it was reported, who were killing all of the cattle. When they would approach St. Francis, these wolves and so on, they would become like domesticated little animals. And there's many actual accounts, historical accounts, accurate accounts of the reports of the way that even the birds and so on. If you ever want to see the whole story of Francesco, who for me is I feel like I'm in his heart. Just go rent Brother, Sun, Sister, Moon, Franco Zeffirelli's incredible film, done in 1975. It's one that you should own, should have it in your home. It's just the music and the sweetness of it, and it's a deeply, profoundly touching movie. And just speaking incidentally off of movies, I just saw the other day a film that I would really recommend that you see. It's called The Devil Came on Horseback. It's out now on Netflix, and It's the story of what's happening in Darfur right now with the Janjaweed and so on. Just watch it. The devil came on horseback. So in Assisi, which I have been to on many occasions and went there to write, because the book Spiritual Solution to Every Problem was based upon the prayer of St. Francis, which for me was really not so much a prayer but a technology, which really taught us, where there is hatred, just bring love. And not only do you get rid of the hatred, but you convert hatred to love. Where there is darkness, light. Where there is sadness, joy. Where there is despair, hope. And so on. And teaching people how to live from this place, this highest place, which is what this talk here is dedicated to. Once you get that, it was said that the laws of the material world do not apply in the presence of the God realized. The laws of the material world, the laws that we think of are inviolable, they don't apply in the presence of the God realized. It's why when Jesus would have a thought of food, and there were hungry people around, then the bread would appear, and the gift of fish and loaves would show up when you reach what Hawkins calls the 1,000 level. And that 1,000 level is just divine being, steadfast, never slipping. You can see magical things begin to happen when you make that shift. So we were walking up this old castle, and at the about halfway up the circular staircase on the inside of the castle, John was in front of me, 21, 22 years old, and he had his braces, and the way he would go up the steps was that he would take this leg out here like this, and then he would do this, and then he would balance himself, and then he would take this leg, and he would do this, okay, and then he'd get up to that step. Then he would do the same thing again and again, and that's how he would get up. But he didn't count on the fact that the staircase was narrowing as we went up higher and higher, to a point where he couldn't lift his leg out like this at all. There was no room. So can you get the picture? And there were hundreds of people going up. So there were people down below. And John said to me, he turned around and he said, I can't go up any further. I can't bend my legs, and I can't go down steps, because you can imagine what it would be like to try to go back down. You need to do this. You need to bend your knees in order to go back down. And he had these braces on. So he said, what am I going to do? What am I going to do, Dr. Dyer? What am I going to do? I said, what you're going to do is you're going to get on my back and just wrap your arms around my back, and I'll carry you up the rest of the way. Now, I had forgotten to wear my brace because I didn't think I was going to need it, because I wasn't running or playing tennis, which is so I just sort of limped through life in those days. And I put him on my back, and I started to walk up the rest of the steps, and all of a sudden, my knee gave out. And I just had a flash of the headlines in the Assisi Daily News. American author shows up here with all of these people, and they're all piled up at the bottom. We had to bury the whole group of them at once. It was and as my knee began to collapse, as it began to I was going down with him on my back, suddenly I saw a vision of St. Francis, of Francesco, and I had lectured about him the night before, particularly about his ability to live at a God-realized place, which is this place where you never slip, this place where the only thing that comes out of you is kindness, regardless of what comes at your direction, where judgment is impossible, where hostility and anger towards others is not a possibility, because you don't have that to give away, that all you have to give away is love, which is exactly where you came from and where you'll return to. In A Course in Miracles, there's a reference to Jesus, and it says, Jesus speaking to the rest of us, saying, if you want to be like me, knowing that we are alike, I will help you. If you want to be different than me, I will wait until you change your mind. And you will change your mind. You may have to die, but you will change your mind. But why not change your mind and live, and be living at this high God-realized place that Lao Tzu wrote about 500 years before Jesus showed up on this planet. That's 5 centuries before. As my knee was collapsing, I was going down, and this vision of St. Francis, I suddenly righted myself, and this knee didn't hurt at all. Not only did it not hurt, but I was infused with such an overwhelming sense of energy. And there was actually an odor. It was like roses. It was a floral kind of thing, and it was this beautiful feeling and odor in the air. And I didn't walk up the steps with John. I ran. up 3 flights of stairs on a circular with this 220 to 250 pound man on my back. And I was running up the steps like this. And I got to the top, and my wife was standing up there waiting. And she said, "What the hell are you doing? Everybody's panting. Everybody's out of breath." I said, "I don't know. Something just strange just happened. I feel so..." She said, "But you've got John on your back, and you're running up the steps. What about your leg?" Oh, my. I said, "Something happened to my leg." And I went over to the balcony, to the edge of the balcony. There was a woman on that trip who did nothing but record everything with her film. She was taking pictures, click, 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 all the time. And she snapped a picture of me with my hands together, giving thanks to St. Francis for what had just happened. And it was all happened so quickly. And that became the cover of, if you have that book. Does anybody have a copy of that here? But that's not the purpose of my telling you this story. That was 7 years ago. That knee, by the way, 7 years ago, I've never had any surgery since then. I've never worn a brace since. And I can run on it, I can swim on it, I can play tennis on it, I can do yoga on it, it's every once in a while I get just a little stiffness in it, but it's totally been, and I've never been back to the orthopedic surgeon who told me that it would have to be replaced. I just don't want to see any x-rays or anything that... Now, the reason I tell that story is because my interpretation of that was up until Lao Tzu came back into my life, until this book, the Tao Te Ching, which is some people call the wisest book ever written, in 81 short verses, which you could read in an afternoon. You can have a prescription for how to live a God-realized life, and how to eliminate hatred and anger and bitterness and war and arguments and sickness and depression and worry and fear, all of the stuff that are so much a part of our lives, if you really look at it and begin to put it into practice and to live it, which is what I decided to do. But my interpretation of that was, I was in Assisi, I was writing a book about the prayer of St. Francis. I was a chosen person. I was chosen because I'm special. It was my ego, was interpreting that I had this wonderful gift of healing show up in my life because I was on the right path, because I was doing good things, because I knew about St. Francis, because I had brought these people, all of that kind of stuff that was going on. And I've carried that vision around with me and really thought, I'm just special, and I get to have things like that because, because I'm cool, or because I'm me and God are like this. So, and then I began to read the Tao in the hidden teachings of, it's called the Unknown Teachings of Lao Tzu. It's called the Hua Hu Ching. And the Hua Hu Ching is 81 verses also, some attributed to Lao Tzu, and historically and accurately, we don't even know who Lao Tzu was. The word means old man in ancient Chinese. We don't even know if it was one person or many or whatever, which is because there's no accurate historical records of it. But in reading this, let me just share with you on the 59th verse. If you wish to become a divine, immortal angel, then restore the angelic qualities of your being through virtue and service. This is the only way, said Lao Tzu, to gain the attention of the immortals, who teach the methods of energy enhancement and integration that are necessary to reach the divine realm. These angelic teachers cannot be sought out. It is they who seek out the student. Now, you have to listen to that if you're listening to this on tape. You have to listen to this several times. If you wish to become a divine, immortal angel, then restore the angelic qualities of your being through virtue. Now, virtue, the word T-E in Tao Te Ching, Tao, T-A-O means the way, T-E means the virtue, Ching means book in ancient Chinese. So it's the book of living the virtue of the great way. It's the virtue. It's the virtue. And the virtue, there are four. I mean, there are many, but I've summarized four of these virtues. The virtues are reverence for all of life, and my sacred space, that is not a funeral home. We don't kill things in there. Reverence for all of life, which is manifested as respect for yourself and others. Like living this virtue. When you live this virtue, it's like a lot of people think that if I've got something, if I'm sick, if I've got cancer, I'm in pain, if things aren't going well, then I will pray to God, and God will then offer me the assistance or the help that I need. And the assumption behind that method of prayer is that God is a withholding God and has the capacity to heal you, but is going to do so only if you pay certain penance and do things a certain way according to whatever religion you have. I've always thought that the interesting difference between people who talk about their religion and people who talk about spirituality is that people who promote their religion almost always want to argue about it, whereas people who promote spirituality always want to share it. It's an interesting distinction, isn't it? Yeah. So this idea of reverence for all, and the idea that you don't pray to God for healing. You do what St. Francis said, where there is darkness, let me bring light. Make me an instrument of thy well-being is a good prayer. Let me remember to return to that from which I came, which is a place of well-being. Let me just return to that. And the way that you return to that is not by asking for special assistance from God, who's withholding it, who has it isn't going to keep. God is not a withholding God. The source is not a withholding source. It's an abundant source. It's returning to virtue. Returning to virtue. The second is natural sincerity, which manifests as honesty, simplicity, and faithfulness. So natural sincerity, being a sincere person who is honest, simple, and faithful. The third of these four virtues is gentleness, which manifests as kindness and consideration for others. And the last is supportiveness, which manifests as service to others. So Lao Tzu was offering us in the hidden teachings of Lao Tzu that you cannot seek out the help that you want or the miracle that you're looking for. It's one of the reasons why I'm not a part of this thing called The Secret, which has been so popular and has really taught people about, that there is an alignment and there is a capacity for us to be able to attract into our lives what we would like to have based upon realigning ourselves so that we're in harmony with the way the divine mind works. And we get ourselves thinking like God thinks, which is another one of those observations of Einstein. When he said, I don't really care about the details of quantum physics. I just want to learn to think like God thinks. Thinking like God thinks means thinking about giving and serving and living those virtues that I just described. Those virtues, when you live them to an extreme, where and isn't that who a St. Francis was? Isn't that who a Jesus was? Isn't that who a Buddha was? I mean, one of my favorite stories that told of Buddha is that wherever he would go, people would criticize him. People would find fault with him. People would humiliate him. They would throw stones at him. They would talk about what a fool he was. This prince who had just gone out there, Prince Siddhartha, who had gone out there to teach and preach. And finally his devotees said to him, I don't understand that. How can you maintain your sense of love and kindness towards those people who are so nasty to you, who are always criticizing you, who are humiliating you? And he said, I can only answer your question with a question. He said, if someone offers you a gift and you do not accept that gift, to whom does the gift belong? So if someone offers you a gift of their criticism and you don't accept it, who owns it? And why would you be upset about something that is owned by someone else? It has nothing to do with me. That's being steadfast. That's the virtue of being able to ignore it and to love regardless. So on that day in 2000, the healing that took place, I have finally figured it out. It was because in that moment, without thinking, without processing, without analyzing, without doing anything, I completely forgot about myself and what was going on with my leg or whatever. It was just a natural thing. It wasn't anything I processed or tried to figure out, and this is going to make me really look good, with all. It was nothing like that. It was like, John, you're in need and you're hurting. Get on my back. And when I moved into that space, into that pure, loving, space of reverence for his life and being gentle and kind and simple and faithful and honest and just putting him on my back, that's when the miracle occurs. It was because I was able to get out of my ego, to get out of who I think I am, and to instead merge into God consciousness. And that's why when I was asked to be a part of The Secret, I said the emphasis is too much on what's in it for me and not enough on how may I serve. And I don't choose to be a part of that because I don't think that the way that you get things into your life is by just telling yourself, I want them, I need more, I have to have more. So I need a new Mercedes in my driveway, and I need a new Rolex on my arm, and I need to have all of these things. I need to get this job. That, to me, the way that you begin to manifest those kinds of things is to move into an alignment that is so aligned with how Source works, how God works. You know, Hafiz, the great 13th century poet from the Sufis from the Middle East, a Persian poet, he said, even after all this time, the sun never says to the earth, you owe me. Just think what a love like that can do. It lights up the whole world. It lights up the whole world. It's moving into God realization or God consciousness to such a point where it becomes extreme and you're forgetting about what's in it for you or not asking for a thank you or expecting anything. It's just in that space of God-realized giving that the laws of the material world no longer apply. I mean, how do you get a bone-on-bone knee to stop doing what it was doing? If that isn't a miracle, it may not seem like anything to you, but when your knee starts to go, you notice it with every step. And to have that be gone from your life in a moment of unconditional, total, complete surrender and living God consciousness, that's what the Tao teaches. And it teaches it to us in such a simple way that the only thing I can say to you is align yourself with the place from which you came. Realign yourself so that you can get your ego out of the way. Because in the first 9 months in the Tao it says that you're doing nothing. You're doing nothing. You're just being done. In the first 9 months of your life, from the time of your conception to the time of your birth, you were being done. You didn't worry about it. You didn't agonize over it. You didn't say, my God, I just saw a sonogram and I don't even have a nose yet. What if it doesn't show up? And what if it's on the wrong side? Or what if it's, you don't do that. You just surrender. You just let go and let God. You just allow. It's a perfect sort of surrendering process. And sitting here today, that everything you've needed for this physical journey was all handled in that split second when you went from nowhere to now here, when you went from the invisible to the visible. In the Tao it says that all being comes from non-being. From non-being. When Jesus put it, he said, it's the spirit that gives life. The flesh counts for nothing. You didn't come from a particle. Particles come from the invisible, from the formless, from the boundaryless, from the timeless. That's your origination point. That's what quantum physics has taught us. That the tiniest subatomic particle, when you put it in a particle accelerator right here in your state, and you rev it up at 250,000 miles an hour and collide it, and you open it up to see where did these tiniest little particles come from? What's their origination? What do they look like? There's nothing there. There's just space. There's just the emptiness. It's what began you. It's what you are returning to. And everything that you needed for this physical journey was handled. You don't really think that you're in charge of this body, do you? If I was, I wouldn't have hairs growing out of my ears and my nose when I could have them here. I mean, I would make a different choice, wouldn't I? And so that there's a part of you in the Tao. It's like, I love the 10th verse of this. It says, this is really one of the great ones to grasp. It says, the ego is a monkey catapulting through the jungle, totally fascinated by the realm of the senses. It swings from one desire to the next, one conflict to the next, one self-centered idea to the next. If you threaten it, it actually fears for its life. Let this monkey go. Let the senses go. Let desires go. Let conflicts go. Let ideas go. Let the fiction of life and death go. Just remain in the center, watching, and then forget that you are there. That's all you have to do. So the first 9 months of your life, you're in this place of total surrender and letting go. And then you pop out and you're surrounded by people who say, that's really good work, God. That was really great. We'll take over from here. And that's the mistake. That's when you take on the ego, when you edge God out. E-G-O. When you edge God out. And as you edge God out and take over for yourself, imagine if you never edged God out, if you never took on the ego, if you just continued to allow yourself to go through this experience, this fiction of life and death, as Lao Tzu calls it. If you would just allow it without interfering. That's one of the great messages of the Tao. Let go. Do little. Accomplish great things by thinking small rather than thinking big. Find your nature.
Hi there. My name is Liz Dawn, and I am the co-creator of Celebrate Your Life events. And I hope you're loving this amazing workshop with the late and great Dr. Wayne Dyer. This was recorded live at one of our Celebrate Your Life conferences. And I'm so excited that we could share this very special workshop with all of the Evan Carmichael fans. And to learn more about us, just click the link below and visit celebrateyourlife.com.
Lao Tzu was alive at the time of Confucius. Confucius was, they say, 40 to 50 years his junior, and he came to visit Lao Tzu, and he left, and if you saw the PBS special I did on this, he called him a dragon. He said, I spent this time with this being, and he's a dragon. I can't figure him out. Because Confucius was concerned with etiquette. What Serena was concerned with when she was 10 years old. With doing things the right way, with where your fork goes, and where you place your napkin, and all of that stuff. And Lao Tzu thought that was just absurd. It was just too silly. Just like he thought religion was just too absurd, too silly to come up with rules. In fact, he said, anytime you do anything that you do because the rule says that you can do it, you've left the Tao. You've left the Tao. Don't you just watch in amazement and horror as we take young people who've been in this country, there's 1.8 million of them, whose only crime is that they were babies who were brought into this country by their parents, and who are American in every way they could possibly be. I mean, they eat pizza and have iPods, and now because the rules allow us to do so, we're rounding them up and sending them off to a country they don't even know, and to speak a language they don't even know. Because the rules give us the right to do that, we've left the Tao. We need policies that are based on compassion and caring and kindness, not on rules. And I guarantee you, if they get a wall all the way across the southern border of this country, including this state, that's 12 foot high, there's going to be a major sale on 13-foot ladders. And we need to find another way, just like we need to find another way to do so many of the things. And my calling, I'm re-emerging myself into the Tao Te Ching, in the Hua Hu Ching, to re-emerge myself in that. My calling is not because I believe that my generation, back in the 60s, my generation, our job was to end a war. And it was a horrible war. 55,000 Americans dead for no reason. And hundreds of thousands, if not millions, of people napalmed and so on. It was a horrible time. I took my doctoral orals on May the 4th, 1970, the day of Kent State. You remember, Joan? The day of Kent State, I'm sure. I could hardly speak to defend my doctoral dissertation. We had put live bullets to protest people, to deal with the protesters against that war, and killed 4 of them at Kent State. It was a major turning point. So if my generation's job was to end a war, this generation's job, with the help of Lao Tzu, is to end the concept of war, the whole idea of war. Yeah. And we will do it, because if we don't, as Einstein also said, I don't know what they'll fight World War III with. I don't know what weapons they'll use. But I know that in World War IV, they'll use sticks and stones. We'll have to start all over. Do we really want to have our legacy be to our children and our grandchildren and their grandchildren that we have amassed enough weapons to destroy all of life on our planet, and we've created weapons that we can't even use because if we use them, they will kill ourselves? How do we explode a bomb filled with radiation and expect the winds to just blow it over there? That's where we've come to with our ideas that are so removed from what Lao Tzu spoke about in the period of the warring states. That's why he left and dictated these 81 verses at the gatekeeper he dictated these 81 verses. And in dictating them, he left to decide to live away from war. He said just the idea that I and enemy can exist in the same sentence is something that I can no longer live with. I go back now to the day after my 65th birthday, and it's the 11th of May. And I call Maya, my secretary, who's here. I don't know if she's in the room, but she usually is. She's here selling books and things, and she's been with me for 30 years. And I called her, and I said, come out right away. She said, what for? I said, it's really important. And she drove out to my townhouse that I owned in Florida, where I had accumulated 30 years or more worth of books and tapes and awards and photographs and furniture and clothing, everything you can possibly imagine in this place, and 20,000 plus books. And I said to her, here's the key. Get rid of everything. Give it all away. Call my children. If they want any of the furniture, tell them to come and get it. Give the books to hospitals and prisons and places where they can use them. Get rid of all the clothes, everything. And just, I'm leaving. I'm done. And I walked away from everything I had accumulated over a lifetime. Just walked away from it with a pair of Birkenstocks and the twist. And it was one of the most freeing moments of my life, detaching myself from all of this stuff that I had accumulated, that I owned, or I should say owned me. And I went off to Maui. I had by this time slowed down on the running process and moved into something called yoga, which I now do every day. Bikram hot yoga, 90 minutes every day. Because yoga teaches us what the Tao teaches us in Change Your Thoughts, Change Your Life. It's that if you hold this book, which contains the complete Tao Te Ching in it, next to your heart, when you feel even like you need help, you'll feel it. It's in there. The energy is in it. The words are that profound and that powerful. This is not something that endured for 2,500 years because it wasn't important. It was a great and important and powerful message. And I decided by the end of that year that on the 1st of January, I was going to begin living each one of these 81 verses of the Tao. And I was going to take 4 to 4.5 days to meditate on it, because you can read it. You can read one verse in less than a minute. The Tao that can be named is not the Tao, is the opening line. And I would contemplate that. I would do yoga on it. I would practice it. I would breathe it. I would live it, because I was working at doing what Lao Tzu offered us and told us to do, which is to trust in your own nature, which is to find God not in a cathedral and not in a church or not in a mosque, but to find it in nature, to have an awareness that nature has much to teach us, that no storm can last forever. In the Tao, it teaches us that you end all conflicts with love, all of them. The person of Tao, when you're done with your fighting, when you're done with your conflicts, when you're done with your anxiety and your hatred and your bitterness, the person of Tao returns with love. It's very interesting, because just a few weeks ago, about a month ago now, I was in Tampa, Florida, at a conference called I Can Do It. And my daughter, Tracy, my oldest daughter, who is now 40, she was born on the 1st of August, 1967. I told my mother, I said, can you believe it, Mother? I said, I have a daughter who's 40. I just can't even get that. She said, excuse me. She said, I have 3 sons on Medicare. I said, that's a good point. I won't be bringing that up anymore. So my daughter Tracy was there with me in Tampa. And I had invited her to come there because she has started her own business. It's called Urban Junket. And she decided after years of being an executive with a company called Best Buy that she was done with that. I've always told her that you're never completely free. You're never really free until you can work for yourself. When someone's telling you what time to come in, what to wear, what you should be, how you should do things, the freedom that you're really looking for isn't there. And I'm not talking to if everyone else thought that way. I'm only talking to you, each one of you. And you have to decide whether that's a place where you can or want to go. But she did finally. She took the risk and she started this company. And she did it all based on the kind of stuff that she's heard me talking about since she was 9 years old, when I wrote Your Erroneous Zones in 1976. And she trusted and had a knowing that the right things, would show up. As Patanjali said, when you're inspired by some great purpose, some extraordinary project, all of your thoughts break their bonds, Your mind transcends limitations. Your consciousness expands in every direction, and you find yourself in a new and a great and a wonderful world. Dormant forces, he said, dormant forces that you thought were dead, come alive, and you discover yourself to be a greater person by far than you ever dreamed yourself to be. And all you have to do is move into the world of spirit, live the 4 virtues. That's all you have to do. And as you begin to practice that and live this on a daily basis, the right people, the right events, the right money, the financing, it all begins to show up. Unless you're like some of you in here saying, yeah, but that doesn't apply to me. It's never been that way before, but that's for just a few minutes from the road down here. And so Tracy was there in the room, and now this was a few months ago. Her mother, Judy, my first wife, was there in the room. And it was the first time in 36 years that Tracy, her mother, and I were in the same room. Imagine. Now for me, that's not that big a deal, but imagine what that felt like for Tracy, to have her mom and dad, because basically after her mother and I divorced, I started going into a place where I became recognizable and so on. And Tracy, for 40 or 36 years, has had to sort of pretend that she was the daughter of Wayne Dyer. Talking about me to her mom was something that she just had learned not to do because it upset her mom too much. Her mother was remarried for 27 years. Her new husband, or her second husband, passed away a few years back, and was a wonderful man. But her mother still had this kind of residual hurt, pain, whatever, from divorce, which it's hard to escape that because divorce is such a tough thing for people, especially young people, children. So Judy was sitting right there where that lady is sitting, and I had the microphone, and there were, I think, about 4,000 people in the room. Literally, you could hardly see the back of the room. It was so big. There's, 1,500 or so, 1,600 people in here. It was 3 times the size of this audience. And something possessed me to talk to Judy, who I hadn't seen in 25 years. Hadn't seen her talked on the phone once or twice. But I used to always call her on our anniversary, but she didn't like the humor there. I took the microphone, and I said to her, and I can't believe how old she is. We went to high school together. She's 3 years from 70. I just couldn't believe that. You know? I even said that to her. I said, geez, you got old. She said, I guess you're not looking in the mirror. I said, oh yeah, I just remember now why we got divorced. You were good at those anyway, we had a little banter going on. So I said to her, in front of everyone, I said, Judy, I would like to say something to you in front of everyone. I said, you were a much better wife to me than I was a husband to you. And I would like to say in front of all of these people that I apologize to you for my lack of faithfulness, for the ways that I treated you in those days, if any of them caused you any pain. I said, what I've really learned is that true nobility is not about being better than anyone else. It's about being better than you used to be. And I think I'm better than I used to be on almost every criteria that caused us to be divorced. And I'm honored to have participated with you in bringing this beautiful young woman into the world. And I honor you and I love you. That's what I said. So it was over. It was a warm moment. It was and it reminded me of what it teaches in the Tao, in one of the verses of the Tao. Because I did that when I finished this book, when I finally finished a 1 full year of living the Tao, this wisest book ever written. And I didn't know who I was going to dedicate this book to. It's my 31st book. And I've done it for my children, my grandchildren, everybody I know, strangers on the street. Would you like to have a book dedicated to you? I got an extra, My father, who walked out on us when I was just a baby, who I never saw, who spent 5 years of his life in prison, who never sent a penny in child support, who never even made a phone call. My father, your grandfather, who I've never met in my life, who caused me to live in an orphanage for 10 years, who caused my mother to struggle beyond anything a woman should have to struggle with. And Lao Tzu said, you end all conflicts on love. Or my father, Melvin Lyle Dyer. Even though I've never known you, after thoroughly digesting the Tao, I finally get it. It is and always was all perfect. I love you. So that was a hard one. And that was dictated by Lao Tzu, as was virtually every single one of the essays I wrote on each of those 81 verses. It was, how can I live this? How can I practice this? How can I put it in what Ariel and Liz set up here? Is that this book, I don't even feel that I wrote it. So I I don't even take the credit for it. I don't even take the royalties anymore. Literally, I give everything away now. Everything. I've got enough of everything. Virtually 100% of everything that comes into me goes someplace else. Half of it, thanks. Half of it to the IRS, but it's just now the greatest joy that I find is in being able to live at that place. And that living at that place of just giving and just offering and taking nothing and just surrendering and offering it back has been so incredibly magnificent for me that so much comes into my life now, so much more. I don't mean just like I'm making good money and things like that. I'm talking about amounts of financing and so on in such large proportions from, like Your Erroneous Zones is the #1 book in South Korea right now. That was a book I wrote in 1976. They sold 107,000 copies in the last 6 months, and I got a check for $83,000. Now, what do you do with that? It isn't what do you do with the $83,000. It's what do you do with that kind of law of attraction working in your life because you're no longer attached to it. There's so many paradoxes in the Tao. There's so many. You can only achieve fulfillment when you achieve emptiness. You can only hear answers by silencing your mind. This is half of the Tao. You can only become rich by knowing already that you have enough. You all have to know that and not be consumed with more. If you say to the universe, give me, give me, give me, the universe's response back will be exactly the same. You're aligned with that. It will align and give you experiences that match your desire. It'll say, give me, give me, give me, and you'll constantly feel under pressure and never able to arrive. If, on the other hand, your message to the universe is, now this is a total paradox, if your message is, how may I serve? How may I serve? Just teach me to serve. Teach me to be a better person. Teach me to be like you. Teach me to be like God. Just let me remember how to do that, how to do that, how to do that. The universe's response back to you, I'm telling you, I'm the guy you came to hear. I've got the mic. This is my experience in life. And I'm telling you, the universe's response back to you in spades will be, how may I serve you? How may I serve you? How may I serve you? That's how it works. And I opened up with what I was talking about when I opened up with this idea that when you go to the extreme on what I'm speaking about, when you go to the extreme and it's not something that you're doing so that, okay, God, notice this, watch me, I'm giving even more, look out, come on, where the hell is it? When's it coming? You know, it's like, I'm doing this because this is who I am. I don't not steal because stealing is against the law. Lao Tzu said, anything you do because it's against the rules means you've left the Tao. You don't steal because stealing is not your nature. You don't lie because lying is no longer your nature. You are giving because kindness is your nature. It becomes your nature, and then you don't want any more. And the universe just keeps providing. You can only reach paradise by realizing that it's already within yourself. You can only reach paradise when you know it's already within you. That paradise is wherever I am. This is what I take wherever I go. I take this kind of a consciousness, this kind of a shift. And that year of 2006, from January the 1st, I finished it on December the 31st, 81 essays, each one ending with a section called Do the Tao Now, so that you can go out and put this thing into practice in your life on a daily basis. And some of them were tough. And when they were tough, I said so in the essays. I said, if you think this one's tough for you, I had to read this verse 1,000 times and then 1,000 times more until I finally got it. And I keep looking over here at Joan Borizenko, who's sitting in the second row here, one of my dearest friends, the smartest woman in the world. That's what I've always said about Joan. But I just read The Soul's Compass. Thank you for sending it to me. And so much of what I see you nodding, and your husband, I see you nodding, because so much of it is in there, in that Soul's Compass. What a beautiful job. That's really one great book. Thank you for writing that. The Soul's Compass. So, I'm conscious of the time, and I'm only into the introduction. But what I want to speak about for a few moments is what Lao Tzu has offered us with the Tao Te Ching and the Hua Hu Ching. What he's offered us is what to think. Think flexible. Think soft. A journey of 1,000 miles begins with one step. Think small. Sages create big things by thinking small. Never think big. Think about what you can do in this moment. Be flexible. Live like water. Why is the ocean the strongest force in the universe? Why is it the strongest force on the planet? Because it stays low. It stays low. It stays way down here. Well, this is a yoga posture. I love that. Yeah. And it stays low because it knows that all of the rivers and all of the streams will come to it, ultimately will come to it. It said that you can find your truth in nature. Got to read this to you. This is from the Tao. A spider is a perfect creature of Tao. Its body is an elegant expression of its mind. It spins beautiful threads, and its legs are exactly suited to create and walk its web. From its center, a spider radiates its world out with a spare economy. A spider's posture in regard to the Tao is to set up a pattern. Its mind determines this pattern. It realizes the flow of Tao and does nothing to interfere with it. It simply creates its pattern and waits for Tao to bring it sustenance. That which comes to it, it accepts. That which does not come to it is in no way any of its concern. Once its web is established, a spider does not think of expanding unnaturally. It does not make war upon its neighbors. It does not go for adventures in other countries. It does not try to fly to the moon. It does not build factories, on and on. It does not get concerned. It does not get concerned with what its neighboring spiders are getting or not getting. It totally and completely has surrendered to the Tao, and whatever it brings it, it is happy with. And whatever doesn't come its way, it is happy with. There's a wonderful old painting. You art historians in here might know it. It's called The Three Tasters. And The Three Tasters is a drawing that was made in ancient China of a barrel filled with vinegar. And there are three people tasting the vinegar with a cup. The first one is Confucius and Buddha. These were all contemporaries, by the way. Contemporaries living together at the same time on the same planet, and Lao Tzu. And Buddha takes a taste of it, and you can see that for him it is sour, because there are a lot of things that are sour in the world, and you have to really struggle and give up your desires and so on. So it's got this sour look on his face. As Confucius tastes it, it is bitter, because Confucius believed that the world is a bitter place and we need a lot of rules. We need etiquette. We need ways to tell people how they should conduct themselves. So he's got this bitter look. And Lao Tzu has taken a cupful of vinegar and tasted it, and it is sweet. And he's smiling and sweet, because Lao Tzu says that whatever comes your way is provided for, and it is all sweet if you process it that way. It's how you choose to process your world. One of the reasons that I've started writing children's books, got 3 of them now. Incredible You, Unstoppable Me, It's Not What You've Got. So Lao Tzu gave us a model in 81 verses, and it's not an accident that there's 81 verses in the Hua Hu Ching and the Tao Te Ching, and there's 18 verses in the Bhagavad Gita, also being written at the same time. And 18 in Hebrew means what? Life, 18. One, infinite source once. 8, 1, 1, 8. 8 is a symbol of infinity. So in these 81 verses, he's offered that. But what he didn't do, and what I'm working on now in my heart, and then, well, I'm sure that I'm writing a book about this. I probably am. And I'm calling it Excuses Be Gone. A look at how to change thoughts that are established and things that you hang on to for all of your life. How do you change lifetime ingrained thinking? Like those of you who've been overweight and struggled with weight your whole life, that's not a weight problem, it's a thought problem. Those of you who have struggled with addictions for a lifetime can end them by reconnecting to the place of well-being from which you came. But that's it's too broad, it's too generic. You have to look at the ways that you have been thinking, especially when you've been thinking about, I can't attract into my life what I want. I can't have the right person in my life. I can't create the job that I would like to have. I can't do what I have a calling. I know I have a passion about something, but I can't seem to bring it into my life. When you shift all of that and begin to ask yourself the question, there's 7 of them. I don't have time to go into all of them, but the first of these 7 questions is to look at a thought that you have and to say to yourself, is it true? Is the thought true? And you're going to find out that virtually every thought that you have doesn't pass the test of whether it's true or not. That is, does it pass the veracity test? The veracity test is it true 100% of the time? Let's say the excuse or the thought is, it's going to be very difficult for me to change. It's going to take a long time for me to change. Those are two of the most common reasons that we have. It's not been my luck. I've never had those kind of experiences before, and so on. But if you can just take, it's going to be difficult, it's going to take a long time, and you've got some kind of something in your life that you haven't been able to change. And you ask yourself the question, is it true? Is it really true 100% of the time that it's going to be difficult? You have to say, let's see, and that it's going to take a long time. It's not 100% sure. And if it's not 100% sure, that means there's some opening there for it not being true. And if there's an opening for it not being true, it's not true, isn't it? If there's an opening for it not being true, it's not true. So, and if it's not true, the likelihood that it will take a short time and that it's going to be very easy is just as probable as it's going to take a long time and it's going to be difficult. So you begin to change that thought, and then you start saying what Byron Katie has taught me, which is to ask yourself the question, what would my life look like if I couldn't have the thought that it's going to be difficult for me to change? What if I couldn't have that thought? What would your life look like? Those of you who would like to create something in your life or overcome an addiction or lose the weight or whatever it is that you would like to have for yourself in your life, and you couldn't have the thought that it's going to be difficult and take a long time, what would your life look like? How would you feel? Just shout it out. How would you feel? Free. That's always the first word. Free. What else? Happy, joyful, grateful. So now you have an option. There's a whole bunch of these. And all of them are on this like positive thing that we'd really like to have. Wouldn't we like to have happy, joyful, warm, free thoughts? To be free? And now you have this option. And you begin to examine this with every excuse you have in your life. And the option is, if I'm going to think a thought, and the thought that I'm going to think is not true, but it's going to make me overweight, unhappy, depressed, fearful, anxious, whatever it might be, and I have that choice, or I have the choice to think another thought, which is or is not true, but it will bring me freedom, warmth, joy, gentleness, happy, gratitude. It will bring me that. Why wouldn't I make that choice? Why would you choose to have a thought? I did a seminar in Maui. Was anybody here that was there? Were you in Maui? You were in Maui? Do you remember the woman that was, she was binging and purging? And I brought her, I asked permission, I bring you up. Now, this is a woman who'd been binging and purging for 23 years. Can you imagine what her world was like and her body was like and so on? And she was tearful, and when you looked at her skin just looked like it was almost like you could see right through it. She was there for 1 week. Well, she kept saying, I think I could do this if I could stay longer, but I can't stay longer because it's too expensive on Maui. So I gave her $1,000. I said, just see how this works? It's just amazing. And Maya came rushing up in the back with 10 $100 bills and planked them in her hand. And she also gave $100 of her own. So she had $1,100. So now she had a place to stay for the next 4 or 5 days on Maui. And that excuse was gone. And for 7 solid days, this woman, for the first time in 23 years, did not binge and did not purge. Her body was aching inside, but she didn't do it. And we brought 3 people up who I just felt wanted to quit smoking. And each one of them, as we went through each thought about how difficult it was going to be to quit smoking, something that they wanted to do but couldn't because of their addictive nature and blah, 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 and all the excuses. And every time they would come up with an excuse, I would ask them the question, is that thought true? Are you sure it's true? And then as she would think about it, she'd say, no, it's not true. So you're using a thought that's not true to continue to keep an addiction going. And as you begin to look at not just what to think differently, but how to think differently, and recognizing that your thoughts have energy. That's why I always bring Power versus Force, and I always bring a case of these with me. David Hawkins, perhaps the most important and significant book I've read in 10 years. And it teaches us about what our thoughts can do in terms of strengthening and weakening us. It was a life-changing book for me. I encourage you to read it. And the other one that I always bring is the experience of God. I call this the bathroom book because I really believe that you have to replace low energy with high energy. If you put this on the stool in front of the toilet, myself, Deepak Chopra, Marianne Williamson, Mother Teresa, the Dalai Lama, Louise Hay, Bernie Siegel, Ram Dass, Scotty Peck, Joan Borisenko, and a group of us, the experience of God. It's worth looking at. It's not how to find God, it's how to experience it. The final thing I'd like to say, what I've been speaking about up till now, living the virtues, living them, putting them into practice. And when you do, the laws of the material world no longer apply. The healing that you're seeking, the removal of the struggle that you've had so much in your life, the lack of confidence to go after what you want, the awareness that whatever it is that you need is on its way. So you begin thinking like that instead of it'll never happen for me, because that's a thought that's not true. If it's not 100% true all the time, then it's not true. And if it's not true, you start changing your thoughts to what is true or what will work for you and having an expectation. So Lao Tzu, this book, the Tao Te Ching, to me has been life transforming for me. Changing your thoughts is about examining the veracity of the thinking that you have and putting it into its proper place. If a thought is false, it is not worth having. Every thought that you have that is false will weaken you under kinesiology experimentation. You just have a thought that is false and notice that you get weak. Just you can test yourself with that in Power versus Force. It teaches you how. And the final thing is what I call moving, and I talked about it at the very beginning, moving from ambition to meaning in your life. The morning of your life was dedicated when you came out, when you took on that ego, when you began to believe that you are what you have and you are what you do and you are what other people think of you. And so you spent your life accumulating and achieving and getting other people to like you. And we were raised that way, and we raised our children this way, on this idea that ambition is what's important. Your goals are what are important. Making money, putting away, saving, taking care of your family. All of these these are the important things in your life. But in here, especially in the afternoon of your life, and it has nothing to do with chronology. It has to do with how you think in your life. And it can happen when you're 5. It can happen when you're 35. It generally happens in your early 30s. When you make this shift toward the afternoon of your life. And in the afternoon of your life, this is the time when meaning supplants ambition as the primary focus of your life. I intend to live my life on purpose. I think, Ariel, that's what's happening for you. I think that's what this conference is about. I think that's why you radiate such incredible love and energy going through chemo and the things that you're going through. It's because you're here on purpose, living from how may I serve, which is your meaning, rather than what's in it for me. And I think it's a great lesson for all of us to get to that place in your life. And Carl Jung had a wonderful observation I want to share with you. He said, thoroughly unprepared, this is from Stages of Life, thoroughly unprepared, we take the step into the afternoon of life. Worse still, we take this step with the false presupposition that our truths and ideas will serve us as hitherto. But we cannot have the afternoon of life, we cannot live the afternoon of life according to the program of life's morning. For what was great in the morning will be little at evening. And what was true in the morning will at evening have become a lie. If you try to run your life when you have made the shift into, I'm going to live my life on purpose, on meaning, I'm going to live the virtues, this is what I'm going to do, this is what gives me a sense of purpose. It doesn't matter what you're doing or what business you're in. It's just, this is where I'm going to be. This is where my thoughts are. You're going to forget about yourself, like with John, and just say, this is what I have to do, because it tells me in here I have to do. When you live that way, everything else will be provided and handled for you. And you get past that if you're trying to do that, but you're living according to the program of life's morning, which is ambition, getting ahead, being concerned with other people. The ego says, I am what I do. The Tao says, do little, do nothing. The Tao does nothing and leaves nothing undone. That's what the Tao says. The ego says, I am what I have. So you accumulate for a lifetime. Get as much stuff as you can. The Tao says, in the afternoon of your life, let go, detach, hang on to nothing. Don't let it own you. Let yourself be lived by the Tao rather than attempting to live it. Be lived by it. Do nothing. Leave nothing undone. The ego says, I am my reputation. I am what other people think of me. The Tao says, the only concern you have is to stay connected to God. What other people think of you is none of your business. Ego says, I'm separate from everyone else. The Tao says, we're all one. No tree has branches so foolish as to fight among themselves. We're all branches on a tree called humanity. The ego says, I am separate from God. The Tao says, you are God. You must be like what you came from. And you came from a source that is perfect.
There is something that I refer to as a calling, and it is something that's sort of buried deep inside of us. It's a few years back, I wrote a book for my teenage children. I had 5 of them as teenagers at one time. And the book's called 10 Secrets for Success and Inner Peace. And the reason I wrote this was that I wanted my children, after I'm gone, to, if they ever wanted to know what I thought of as the most important ideas that I had ever encountered, I wanted to put them in this little collection here. The second one of these secrets was something that you've probably heard me say if you've listened to me over the years or if you've watched public television. And it's called, I got it from one of the great teachers that ever walked on this earth. His name was Leo Tolstoy. He was considered to be the father of Russia. In 1905, this was the most famous man on the planet. This was before television, before radio. He was one of the real great writers of our time. But he didn't just write great things like War and Peace. He wrote The Kingdom of Heaven is Within, a spiritual text and he was speaking from a position of having an awareness of the power of great spiritual teachers, especially Jesus Christ, in a country that was run by czars and didn't really have a whole lot of religious tolerance. And he wrote a little short story, 167 pages, so it's not that little, called The Death of Ivan Ilyich. And Ivan Ilyich was a judge who lived in Moscow, and he hated everything about his life. He blamed his wife for where he was, what his conditions of his life were. He had wanted to be something else in his life, and instead, because of the pressures that he felt were imposed upon him, he went to school and studied law and became a judge, went back and forth every day, but didn't like anything about his life. And if you remember the title of the story, you know the ending, The Death of Ivan Ilyich, and you kind of keep waiting for that. And in the very last page, he is lying on his deathbed, and he looks up at his wife, who is holding his hand, and this is a woman he despised and blamed for the conditions of his life, especially his inner conditions. And the last words he said to her as he died were, "What if my whole life has been wrong?" And he died. I was in the Navy at that time. I was 19 years old. I was on my way to Japan, across the Pacific Ocean, and I took out a notepad and I wrote a little note to myself, and it said, "Dear Wayne, don't die with your music still in you." And that always has had a very profound, I always go back to that as one of the signature moments in my life, when I started a journal and started writing down the really powerful ideas. And I wrote about them and have practiced them and lived them. But there is something inside each and every one of us. In India, they call it a dharma. And a dharma is really there's a pull, there's a purpose to your life. And each and every one of us, all of us who originated from the same place and will return to the same place. T.S. Eliot said, we shall not cease from exploration. And at the end of all of our exploring will be to return to the place from which we came and to know it for the first time. He was talking about death. I'm talking about getting to that place without having to die. What we call dying while we're alive, dying to the ego, to the part of us that believes in this thing that we call, Muktananda called it the false self, the part of us that becomes aware that we are something other than what we really were intended to be and what we came here to do and what we showed up here for. The first 9 months of your life, from your conception until your birth, you were in a state of complete surrender. There was nothing to do. Everything was handled for you. Whatever it was that handled it, whether you call it God or Spirit or the Tao or consciousness or divine mind, whatever it is, it does nothing, and yet it leaves nothing undone. And there's this complete surrendering process. We have no other choice. We show up here in the Tao Te Ching, Lao Tzu says that all being comes from non-being. Jesus put it the same way. He said, it's the spirit that gives life. The flesh counts for nothing. Quantum physics teaches us one thing, if nothing else, for certain, that particles themselves do not come from particles. That there is something in each and every one of us that is formless, that is boundaryless, that has no beginnings, that has no ends. It's eternal. And it is from that we emerged in some mysterious fashion, in one split second, from non-being to being, from non-particle to particle. And in that split second, everything that you needed for this physical journey was handled for you. And it's the biggest, most incredible miracle that any of us can ever witness, isn't it? And when you contemplate it and think about it, you try to process it, and it's just beyond anything that our meager intellect can handle. I was at the birth of 6 of those children, watched that miracle unfold, and saw that these children not only were a great mystery, but they came here with personalities already intact the moment that they were born. And any of you mothers out there who've had more than one child know exactly what I'm speaking about. Some of them sleep through the night. Some of them stick their tongue out at you the first second they see you. And then when they're 18 and they come home, they do the same damn thing. And this incredible mystery, this place called Spirit, is something that handles everything for us without doing anything. And the moment that we are born, this beautiful little baby comes out and we hold it after we take the mucus out and we cut the little cord and do all the little wiping off and hold this little baby and we look at it and we say, great work, God. Thank you. We'll take over from here. And that was the birth of your false self. This is the time when we take over and we begin to edge God out of the picture and take it over ourselves. Edge God out. E-G-O. We take on this thing called an ego, and it becomes our identification. And all of the great spiritual teachers, whoever they may be, teach us the same thing, that this is not the authentic self. This ego of ours, we begin to believe something that has nothing to do with spirit, that perfection from which we originated, which allowed us to become this perfect little creation. It's not too great a stretch for me to imply that if everything that we needed for this physical journey was handled in that moment of our going from non-being to being, that everything for the rest of the journey was there as well. If we would have just let it be. There go the Beatles again. Let it be. Let it be. There will come an answer. Let it be. But we don't. We start teaching ourselves and our children that who we are is not this divine, perfect creation that knows exactly what to do and what to be. It's already been taken care of. It's already been handled. Just like everything else on this planet has a dharma. Every spider, every otter, every flower. Nobody has to interfere with it. Nobody has to tell it what to be or how to do what it is. It just is. It just is. But we start interfering. And as we interfere, we take on this false self. And this false self says that who I am is what I have. So we begin to become obsessed by our possessions. And we train our children and ourselves to believe that who I am is what I possess and what I own. And as we take on this belief system that I am what I own, it becomes the very thing that takes us away from our spirit. Because the ego says you are what you have. The Tao says let go of everything you have. Just let it go. You don't need to own anything. And then we believe also that this false self of ours believes that we are what we do and what we accomplish. And so we spend a big hunk of our life preparing ourselves to achieve, to get ahead of the other guy, to get the good grades, to make more money, to be in competition, to evaluate our worth as human beings on the basis of how we stack up to others and how we achieve. The ego says you are what you do. In the Tao, it teaches us to do nothing, to do less, that more is less. and less is more. And to allow yourself to be guided and to know that there's a divine organizing intelligence in this universe, and you can let it. Lao Tzu put it this way. He said, let yourself be lived by it. Let yourself be lived by it. He said, you're doing nothing. You're just being done. Let yourself be done. Just like you did in the first 9 months. You're doing nothing. You're just being done. And at 68, when I look in the mirror, I can see the same thing happening. I'm just being done. Just try to stop your heart from beating or your fingernails from growing. I used to say, or your hair from growing, but I've mastered that one. And then this false self of ours, this ego, tells us that not only are you what you have and what you do, but you are what other people think of you, your reputation. And again, we go off on this journey of attempting to get everybody that we encounter to accept the fact that if you like me, then I'm a better person. And so we struggle with things like peer approval and getting other people to like us and evaluating ourselves on the basis of how many awards we win and so on. And then this false self also tells us that we're separate from everybody else and that we're separate from what's missing in our life. And the most egregious error of this false self is that it teaches us that we are separate from God, that God is something external to ourselves, something that we pray to and we ask for divine guidance from. And we treat this thing that we call God like a cosmic bellboy, asking it for things when we get into trouble and promising to behave. It'll only deliver for us now, as if this God was a withholding God and had the power to heal you or to offer you the abundance that is missing in your life, but it's holding it back so that you'll contribute more to whatever organizations believe they represent God. And it's a false image. And what happened for me at the age of 65, the day after I turned 65, 3 years ago, is that I was called to do something and live something that I had never even imagined could happen. On the 11th of May, 2005, I called my secretary and I called her and I said to her, and I didn't know this the day before. I said, I would like you to take everything that I have in my townhouse, which was my office, where I did all of my writing for the previous 25 years, which had over 20,000 books in there and all kinds of equipment of all kinds and awards that were on the walls and photographs and furniture and electronic equipment and tax records and whatever you accumulate in a writing space over a quarter of a century. And I told her, as I handed her the key to this place, I said, I want you to get rid of it all. She said, well, tell me which part you want to save. And I said, I don't want to save anything. I want it all to be gone. And she said, and then when it's empty, what would you like me to do with this place? I said, we'll sell it or give it away. And that night, someone called about an inquiry about purchasing this place, which was near a hospital in Boca Raton, who needed to be close to a hospital because of an injury he had received. And he said he would really like to have one of these places, which were very, very hard to come by. And he made an offer, and Maya said, well, it's about $50,000 less than what we can get for it. I said, let him have it. And then when you sell it, give the proceeds to my ex-wife. And I left with no clothes, no shoes. Everything that was in there was gone. And I was called to Maui, where I live. And I was called by a man who lived 2,500 years ago in the warring states of China, part of that 93% of when we were still at war with each other, villages fighting villages, countries fighting countries, people conquering each other, enslaving each other. And this man who lived at that time, his name was Lao Tzu, which in Chinese means old man, and asked me to, in my meditations that kept coming up over and over again, to immerse myself into this ancient book called the Tao Te Ching, Taoteaching. Tao, Tao means the great way. Te, in ancient Chinese, means the virtues of. Ching means book. So the book of living the virtues of the great way. 81 verses. Some call it the wisest book ever written. It came down to us with over 14,000 different translations in the last 2,500 years. Modern, ancient, all the different languages, 14,000 different interpretations of this classic text that he jotted down. In fact, he didn't even write it. He dictated it to the gatekeeper as he got on his oxen legend tells us. And he came to the gate where he said, I can no longer live amongst these warring states and these warring peoples. I am a man of peace. And the gatekeeper wouldn't let him leave, legend tells us, unless he told him in words the great wisdom that he had been telling people who had been coming to him for many, many, many years, including a man named Confucius, who was 40 years his junior, who came to him for advice. He was a contemporary of Buddha, just a little ways away from there. And Socrates and Zoroaster and some of the greatest spiritual teachers who all walked among us in that 5th century before Christ. Someone sent me a book when I was working on this called Lao Tzu and Jesus. And on the left-hand side of the page were the teachings of Jesus, and on the right side were the teachings of Lao Tzu. And now, I'm not saying that Jesus was copying or plagiarizing, since he came 500 years later. But I know there's no time, so all of that is meaningless. But they're almost identical, because the great spiritual teachers who walked among us only have one message for us. And in these 81 verses, which you could read in about an hour, but you can study for a lifetime. I had a teacher in India back in the 80s. His name was Nisargadatta Maharaj. And Nisargadatta had a book written about him by his devotees, just like Lao Tzu did. It was called I Am That. And I remember him saying to us that you don't have to read this book. He said, just carry it with you. And the wisdom from the pages will come to you, because there's energy in everything. You don't even have to look into it if you don't want to. And if you need to, you'll be guided to. And now that was a while back. I was in my early 40s. And I just thought, well, this is just another one of those crazy gurus over there in India. And I didn't understand that until I became familiar with some of Hawkins' work on energy. So I created my own translation of the Tao from bringing them with me and going through the ones that seemed to be most relevant, the ones that were most understandable. And we put it into a paperback with an affirmation next to each one of them. And I now understand what he meant, and I do this now. I carry it with me wherever I go. The entire Tao, and it always guides me. The Tao has impeccable wisdom in it. The opening line of the Tao says, the Tao that can be named is not the Tao. The minute that you put a label on it, you have now divided it into two. You've got the thing, and you've got what you're calling it. And when you try to make two-ness out of oneness, you've lost it. It just is what it is. It does nothing. God does nothing, yet leaves nothing undone. And God and the Tao, in my estimation, are synonymous. It is that which allows all things to come into being, which has no form. It is who you are right now, sitting here processing this in your bodies, but the part of you that's processing it has no body, has no form, has no beginning, has no end. And there you are, this huge paradox. In a body that began and ends, is going to stop someday. All that materializes, dematerializes. And there's a part of you in there watching, listening, observing that has none of that. You're a walking, breathing paradox, like everything in the world of the 10,000 things, which is what Lao Tzu called the material world. And so I was called to it, and I decided that I was going to take an entire year of my life. And in this year, I was not just going to write about the Tao, I was going to experience it. I was going to live it. Each of the 81 verses. And I called my publicist and my publisher and all of those people who schedule me and do things to me, direct me here and there, and told them that I was taking the year of 2006 to be essentially free of that. And there are 81 verses, and if you take 365 days and you divide it by 81, it comes up to about 4.5. So for 4.5 days, I had the opportunity to experience verse 1 of the Tao. What it meant, meditating on it, practicing it wherever I could go, living it, memorizing it, constantly referring to it, taking notes on it, talking about it, but more than anything, attempting to live it and to practice it. And this was a calling. This was a calling that said, Wayne, you have music to play, and just because you're 65 years old, or 66 then, doesn't mean anything, because there is no time. And so when you read the Tao, Lao Tzu's great tome on eternal wisdom, so much of it is paradoxical. So much of it doesn't make sense to our intellect. So much of it we want to reject, particularly those of us, all of us in this room who live here in the West. This idea that you can get more by doing less, that you can become strong by becoming weak, that you can become big by thinking small. And it wasn't until at the end of each one of those 4.5 days when there would come a time when I wouldn't even know if I had it yet. Then I wake up at 3 o'clock or so in the morning, and I would meditate on it, and on that half day that I had, I would write my interpretation, my essay about how to do the Tao now, how to live it. And we made a public television special about it. They allowed us to broadcast it all over the country in prime time. Imagine the calling. Imagine the power, the feeling of being able to make a huge impact in the world by having something written 2,500 years ago being broadcast on national television, night after night after night, in city after city after city, raising money for a wonderful cause like public television. It was an honor beyond anything I can describe to you. And every time it would air, I could see people being touched by it. We called it Change Your Thoughts, Change Your Life, and there's 81 essays in it. It's a little heavy to carry with you. And when I finished that year, and I finished that book, and I did the public television special, and I lived those 81 verses, what I realized is that it taught me what to think. I learned, see, what the Tao teaches us is that we all have a nature. Listen to Lao Tzu. He says, every human being has an essential nature that is perfect and faultless. But after years of immersion in the world, we easily forget our roots and take on a counterfeit nature. I would suggest that all of us who have immersed ourselves in this world have taken on a counterfeit nature, what I just described in the opening few moments. This ego, this part of us that really believes that my essence and my nature is about what I have, what I do, what other people think of me, and my separation from each other and from God. That's the story of the ego. This counterfeit nature, if we can transcend it, what I learned to think was, he said, look at nature. You'll find God in nature. So in the 81 verses of the Tao, 31 of those verses contain references to water. To just be like water. And what is water like? It is the softest substance on the planet. And yet it is the strongest. If you take a rock, a hardest substance you can find, you can take titanium and just take a lump of it there and just let water run over it. Patiently running over it. Eventually, whatever that hard thing is, it will disappear. And water, if you want to get a hold of it, if you want to experience water, if you reach in and grab a handful of it, and the tighter you squeeze, the less you get. But if you let go and relax and allow and do nothing, you'll understand water. And if you look at the sea is the lowest, we call it sea level, and it is the lowest place on the planet. And all of the rivers and all of the streams, wherever you see it, they're all competing and fight, whatever they're doing, but the sea stays low. And in so doing, it allows all of this to come to it. Practice, the Tao says, radical humility. Stay low. Let your ego go. Let it come to you. And miracles can happen for you. In the Tao, it says that a journey of 1,000 miles begins with what? A single step. It says, don't think big. Great sages, says the Tao, accomplish great things by thinking small. I just celebrated my 22nd year of sobriety. And I want to tell you, that's big. Especially if you had 22 years before that in which you drank every day. Not to drunkenness, just every day. And when the day came, when the time came, when the quantum moment came for me to let it go, I didn't do it by thinking big and saying, I'm going to not drink now for the next 22 years. I would have had to open a beer to contemplate that. But I accomplished great thing like that by thinking small. And so I learned what to think. And then that year was complete, and I studied it and wrote about it and felt its presence. It excited me, this thing called the Tao. And I taught at a university for years. I even taught courses in various different philosophies and taught about the Tao, but I'd never understood the symmetry, the beauty, how compelling the simplicity of this great wisdom if you begin to apply it, if you begin to see and find your own essential nature. And your own essential nature is just like all of other nature. You're a part of nature. And yet what we have done is ignored our nature so frequently. Our nature has nothing to do with violence. It has nothing to do with weapons. It has nothing to do with killing. It has nothing to do with enemies. These are all constructs of the ego, of the false self. We come from a place of perfection, a place of kindness, a place of love, creation. Learn to think like God thinks. That's what Einstein said when they asked him about quantum physics. His observation was, he said that they're just details. He said, all I want to do is learn to think like God thinks. How does the source from which all things originate, to which all things return, how does it think? How does it act? That's what Lao Tzu meant when he said we have an essential nature. And these virtues inside of our essential nature are nothing more, there's 4 of them. They're nothing more than reverence for all of life. If you can live that, reverence for all of life, sincerity, which manifests itself as honesty, just simple honesty. Not that you don't steal, but the kind of honesty in which you are able to relate to and reflect who you are with everyone that you meet from a place of internal integrity. That this is who I am. This is how I dress. This is how I live. This is what I think. Gentleness is the 3rd of these virtues in the TE in the Tao Te Ching. Simple gentleness which manifests itself as kindness. And finally, service, which is nothing more than just reaching out and serving others. And in the unknown teachings of Lao Tzu, called the Hua Hu Ching, I'm going to read something to you that is one of the most impactful things that I've ever heard in my life. And I'd like you to really think about it big time. Many of you know about something that raged across the country a year or so ago called The Secret. And it had some great lessons in it about the power of our thoughts to align with the thoughts of God, and in doing so, to be able to manifest and attract into our lives what we would like. And I was asked to be a part of that, and I turned it down because I think they missed something. They missed what I'm about to share with you. In fact, yesterday for the very first time, I was able to preview something that I undertook this summer at the age of 68, when I was asked if I would do a film, a movie for movie theaters, not a talking heads movie, not a movie which I'm just interviewed and talking like I'm doing now, but an actual film with real people in it, 92 of them to be exact, starring Portia de Rossi, who is Ellen DeGeneres' spouse. And I had the great honor on the 16th of August this year when they both asked me in their quiet, cutest way you've ever seen at Ellen's home if I would marry them. And I did. We were in the midst of filming this movie called Ambition to Meaning. I saw it yesterday, the first rough cut for the whole thing, and watched it with Maya in my room here at the hotel. And Maya was sobbing and couldn't contain her enthusiasm. It absolutely blew me away. You'll be able to see it in January. It's a little over 2 hours, and it's a drama. And it takes what I think was missing from The Secret and puts it into 3 concurrent running stories and teaches people that this idea of aligning ourselves with our spirit, with God, is not about what's in it for us. It's not about saying, I want this or I want that. And it's not about selfishness, and it's not about attracting into your life more of the stuff of the ego. It's about something very different. And this is how Lao Tzu put it in the oral teachings of the 81 verses of the Tao Te Ching. If you wish to become a divine immortal angel, then restore the angelic qualities of your being through virtue and service. This is the only way to gain the attention of the immortals who teach the methods of energy enhancement and integration that are necessary to reach the divine realm. If you want to reach the divine realm, if you want to know God, not about God, if you want to experience the opportunity to think like the source, like the Tao, like God thinks, and have all that is possible to come into your life come into it, then listen on. These angelic teachers, this energy, this spiritual force, this guidance, these angels, whatever you want to call that guidance that comes to us from beyond, these angelic teachers that you seek out cannot be sought out. It is they who seek out the students. Do I ever know that to be true? Especially after giving up everything that I owned, everything, and letting it all go, and immersing myself for a year of my life in this process. When you succeed in connecting your energy with the divine realm through high awareness and the practice of undiscriminating virtue, the transmission of the ultimate subtle truths will follow. This is the path that all angels take to the divine realm. This is the path. The mystical techniques for achieving immortality, that is, the ability to manifest and attract into your life at any moment anything at all that you would desire, are revealed only to those who have dissolved all ties to the gross worldly realm of duality, conflict, and dogma. You have to dissolve your ties to this false self and the world that perpetuates it. As long as your shallow, worldly ambitions exist, the door will not open. And that's what I think the secret missed. And that's what we tried to do in Ambition to Meaning. It's to get to that TE in the Tao Te Ching, to get to that place where you live and practice the virtues that I just described. Reverence for all of life. Just simple, never ever, not only not killing other things, including animals and even plants and each other, but in not even judging each other. Patanjali, another great teacher from India, 3 centuries before Christ, said that when you are steadfast, steadfast means you never slip. When you are steadfast in your abstention of thoughts of harm directed towards yourself and others, that all living creatures will cease to feel fear in your presence. Such was the nature of St. Francis, of Jesus, of Nazareth, of Lao Tzu, of Buddha. You are steadfast. You never slip in your abstention of thoughts of harm directed towards yourself and others, that all living creatures will cease to feel fear in your presence. There are people who, when they are in the presence of wild animals, they become tame. Babies stop crying. You see a person like that walk into the room, and the energy of the room changes, and you feel comfortable, and you feel safe, and you get a kundalini running up and down your back of just like having a warm shower running inside of you. Such is the nature of these people, and such is the nature of the source from which you originated and to which you will return. In A Course in Miracles, there's a line that Jesus says, for those who believe that it was Jesus, and many do, whoever it was, Jesus says, if you want to be like me, knowing that we are alike, I will help you. If you want to be different than me, I will wait until you change your mind. And you will change your mind. You may have to die to do it, but you will change your mind. Because that's the place from which we originated that T.S. Eliot spoke about, where you'll come to know it for the first time. When you live those simple virtues of reverence for all of life, never judging others, natural sincerity, just a simple honesty, this is who I am. Gentleness, which is just always extending kindness, and service. It's dissolving your ties to the gross worldly realm, just letting go of that. And one of the best ways to do it is to want less, to expect nothing for yourself. And anything that does come to you, to just let it flow, to give it away. And the more of that you do, the more you act like God acts. The great poet Hafiz, the Persian poet from the 13th century, said, even after all this time, the sun never says to the earth, you owe me. Just think what a love like that can do. It lights up the whole world. And there's such a mystery in that we attempted to convey in this film. And I'm still so taken by the incredible acting job and the directors and all of the people who participated in this project of creating a film, a movie, an opportunity for people to finally see that it is through these virtues that the doors begin to open into your life. And abundance, I'm telling you, I would urge you to not pay attention to all of the stuff on CNBC, which is all of the financial disaster possibilities, and checking your stock market and checking your 401ks and listening to the horror stories of all of the things and the collapse, the imminent collapse of our entire. You don't need any of this. Where do you think you're going? You came from nowhere. Nowhere. That's where you came from. Nowhere. Where do you think you're headed? You went from nowhere to now here in a split second. And it's the same thing. Nowhere. It's just a little question of spacing. Nowhere. Now here. Here we are in now here. Where do you think your next step is? Nowhere. You don't need a 401k. You don't need to be consumed with all of this stuff about money. This is, when we did this thing on Ambition to Meaning, I had a real sense as I listened to the results of the election that we can, as a people, we can also move from ambition to meaning. As a people, not just in our own lives, because in the morning of our lives, there's a line from Carl Jung in The Stages of Life, which is really what we opened this film with. He says, Thoroughly unprepared, we take the step into the afternoon of life. Worse still, we take this step with the false presupposition that the truths and ideas will serve as hitherto. But he said, we cannot live the afternoon of life according to the program of life's morning. For what was great in the morning will be little at evening, and what in the morning was true will at evening have become a lie. If you try to run the time of your life when you are in the phase of meaning rather than ambition, based upon the program of what you were taught in the morning about ambition and about ego, you're going to be living a lie. So Jung, he speaks to us. Let me read it to you again in the light here. Thoroughly unprepared, we take the step into the afternoon of life. Unprepared. Into the afternoon of life is the time in your life when you shift from ambition and ego development to meaning. Worse still, he said, we take this step with the false presupposition that our truths and ideas that we learned in the morning will serve us as hitherto. But we cannot live the afternoon of life according to the program of life's morning. For what was great in the morning will be little at evening. And what in the morning was true will at evening have become a lie. If you're trying to find meaning and purpose and fulfillment and joy and peace and happiness in the afternoon of your life, if you're trying to have that and to have that for other people and to want it for others even more than you want it for yourself, you can't do that according to the program of the ego. You can't do that. The door will not open as long as you're connected to that. The doors begin to open as you lose your identity with this false self. As you let it go, as they say in the recovery movement, as we let go and we real loud, what? Let God. As we let go and let God, which is what you did in the first 9 months. You were on your way, and then we edged God out. So now we get to the afternoon of our life, and as I learned what to think. But you know what? I had another calling last year. And I just spent up until about 2.5 weeks ago writing every single day from the 1st of February in a new book that'll be out next April or May. It's called Excuses Be Gone. And excuses are really the explanations that we have for why our life isn't working the way we want it to work. There are explanations. Again, I'm going back to we want to learn to think like God thinks, and God needs no excuses for anything. So what the Tao taught me, and what change your thoughts, change your life, what it taught me was what to think. But over and over again, I kept hearing, especially after doing the PBS tours and so on, the idea that I know what to think. I know how to think soft. I know how to think kindness. I know how to think peace. What I don't know how to do is to change around the patterns that I have for thinking the way that I've been thinking for an entire lifetime. That here I am now in my 40s and 50s and 60s and 70s, whatever it might be, and I have a lifetime of thinking a certain way. And if I could overcome that and learn to change that, like how to change lifetime thinking habits. Habits rule the unreflecting herd, said William Wordsworth. Habits rule the unreflecting herd. Habitual thinking, a way of thinking that keeps me trapped. Even if I know what to think, I don't know how to stop this incessant habitual way of looking at my world from a position of shortages, from a position of lacks. And so I listened again and had another calling. And I read 3 books. I'm going to just briefly share them with you. One of them was a book called The Biology of Belief and Unleashing the Power of Consciousness. It's by a man named Bruce Lipton, PhD. This book was a life changer for me because here's what it taught me. It taught me that the biggest excuse that we have for why we are the way we are is this thing called our DNA. You see people interviewed on TV and they'll say, well, I can change my habits and I can change this and all that, but I sure as hell can't change my DNA. And then someone will say, well, that's absolutely right. And, and you'll hear people agreeing with that. And it's pretty much a system of thinking in which we say that our bodies and these little particles that are deep inside our DNA structures are given to us. They're handed to us at the moment of our conception. They're not changeable. And I can't help it. That's why I reached over and grabbed you where I shouldn't have. It wasn't me, it was my hand. And this hand of mine, it just went for your breast, and I didn't mean to. It was just, It's in my DNA. You can't blame me for my hand doing these kinds of things. You can't. And we use this kind of stuff over and over again. So what I learned from Bruce, instrumental in teaching me, he's got one little study. Let me just share it with you. I'm sure I brought it, okay? So this will just give you an idea. And I think you're speaking, you said in a tiny little room, in a phone booth someplace over in Scottsdale. But now he's speaking here a little bit later this morning. And this is just one little study that I picked out and I copied it to read to you this morning. It's a Baylor School of Medicine study published in 2002 in the New England Journal of Medicine. The lead author of the study, Dr. Bruce Moseley, knew that knee surgery, simple thing like knee surgery, helped his patients, and that all good surgeons know that there's no placebo effect in surgery. I mean, how can there be a placebo effect in surgery, right? But Moseley was trying to figure out which part of the surgery was giving his patients relief. The patients in this study were divided into 3 groups. Moseley shaved the damaged cartilage in the knee of one group. For another group, he flushed out the knee joint, removing material thought to be causing the inflammatory effect. Both of these constitute standard treatments for arthritic knees. The third group got fake surgery. I can't wait to go to this guy for a doctor, right? So the patient was sedated. Moseley made 3 standard incisions and then talked and acted just as he would have during a real surgery. He even splashed salt water to simulate the sound of the knee washing procedure. After 40 minutes, Moseley sewed up the incisions as if he had done the surgery. All 3 groups were prescribed the same post-operative care, which included an exercise program. The results were shocking. Yes, the groups who received surgery, as expected, improved. But the placebo group improved just as much as the other 2 groups. Despite the fact that there are 650,000 surgeries yearly for arthritic knees, at a cost of about $5,000, this is a little old, probably more like $15,000, the results were clear to Moseley. My skill as a surgeon had no benefit on these patients. The entire benefit of the surgery for osteoarthritis of the knee was the placebo effect. Television news programs graphically illustrated the stunning results. Footage showed members of the placebo group walking and playing basketball. In short, doing things they reported they could not do before their quote-unquote surgery. The placebo patients didn't find out for 2 years that they had gotten fake surgery. One member of the placebo group, Tim Perez, who had to walk with a cane before the surgery, is now able to play basketball with his grandchildren. He summed up the theme of this book when he told the Discovery Health Channel, "In this world, anything is possible when you put your mind to it. I know that your mind can do miracles." That's from The Biology of Belief. Now, Bruce taught at medical schools for almost 20 years and finally told me that he had to leave because he realized that what he was teaching potential doctors about what it is that constitutes your ability to heal yourself is not located in something called particles, but it's located in something called spirit, in the invisibleness within us, that we have the capacity to overcome even such things. And if you hear Bruce and read his book, which I recommend you do, you'll discover that there is something called the internal environment and the way that we process events through our conscious and our subconscious minds that can, in fact, alter and shift. Now, what this did for me is it gave me something called hope. It gave me something internally that says, if I get congestion in my chest, if I get heart palpitations, if I get a sore knee, if whatever it is, that I can begin, and this is what Excuses Be Gone is about, you can begin to think in terms of awareness. Thinking with awareness. What is thinking with awareness? Awareness, thinking, and ego are not compatible. They cannot exist or coexist together. Awareness thinking is when you think from your highest self, from the place that you originated, from the God within you. When you begin to think like God thinks. One of the words that Jesus said in the New Testament was, with God, all things are possible. Now, what does that leave out? What does all things are possible leave out? No thing. Nothing. It leaves out nothing. When you begin to think from this level up here, the level of God consciousness, the level of spirit, the level of the Tao, whatever it is that comes into your life, when you begin to think in terms of not only aligning yourself with this kind of thinking, that all things are possible, and you just change that habit. The habit of, I've got an excuse, a built-in excuse, and the built-in excuse is, it's my biology. I just simply can't help my biology. But your biology comes from your beliefs, just as much as it comes from your inheritance. And knowing that you can change it. That was the first book. The second book that I read, I have here with me also, and it's called Virus of the Mind, by Richard Brody. Another life-changing book. We have them here. Basically what Virus of the Mind says, it tells us what viruses are. So if you think about a virus has three purposes. The first purpose of a virus in your body and in your computer, for example, is to duplicate itself as much as it possibly can. Just to duplicate. It makes a copy of itself over and over and over again. It doesn't care who it does it to. It doesn't have any vision about whether it's right or wrong, should or shouldn't be happening. It is just something that you get a virus, you know that you know, especially if you get one in your computer, you know you got a problem because it's just going to make a copy, then another copy, then another, and it just keeps doing that. That's how viruses work. Same thing in your body. And you can give it antibiotics all day and all night, and it just gobbles them up and says, great, good food for making more of myself, because that's what it will do. You know that you don't take an antibiotic when you have a virus. You have to outgrow it or get your immune system or whatever, but you can't just make it go away with medicine. The second thing a virus does is not only does it duplicate itself, but it infiltrates. That's its second purpose. It infiltrates wherever it can go. So any opening that it has, in it goes. So it's in your ear, it looks over into your eyes, good place for it, gets over here, and if the thing gets out of control, it'll just take away your body, and it'll certainly take away your computer, won't it? It'll infiltrate, and the third purpose of a virus, not only does it duplicate and infiltrate, but the third purpose of a virus is to spread. Let me get into another computer. There's another body I can get into, and off this thing goes, making copies of itself, infiltrating wherever it can go, and spreading wherever it can go. Viruses of the mind work exactly the same way, except that there are no little tiny, infinitely small particles, little viral particles. There's nothing there. There's no thing there. Viruses of the mind come from ideas. And a virus of the mind is an idea that has been placed into your mind from another mind. And its purpose is to do exactly what I just described. To duplicate, to infiltrate, and to spread. And you are filled with these viruses of the mind. There are umpteen of them. And they're all called excuses. And these excuses are beliefs that you have had handed to you from well-meaning people who said, we'll take over from here, and off you go, believing that certain kinds of things that happen in your world are happening because there's nothing you can do about it, because this is your truth. And the basic building block of genetics is called a gene. The building block of memetics, which comes from the word mimic, which means to copy, to notice what somebody else is doing and doing it, is called a meme, M-E-M-E. And this is the science of the meme. This book was another life-changing and it really gave me the impetus, the idea, to write about not just what to think, but how to change these lifelong thinking habits. So I'd like all of you in this room to think for a moment about something about yourself. Whether you've been overweight for your entire lifetime, whether you've struggled with addictions of one kind or another for a lifetime, and you've tried all of the different kinds of things that you come up with, and still you find yourself struggling with, I just can't overcome it. I just can't change it. I've been this way, it doesn't work. And what I have done is I didn't even do it. I'm telling you, this was Lao Tzu at work in my life. Because I was doing my radio show that I do every Monday on hayhouseradio.com. And people call in from all over the world. And someone called in and said that she had channeled, because of what I had written about in Change Your Thoughts, Change Your Life, she had channeled a drawing of Lao Tzu. Now, no one has we don't even have any pictures of Lao Tzu. We just have people imagining what Lao Tzu must have looked like. And she had this beautiful drawing, and she sent it to me. And as soon as I opened it up, I said, oh my God, it spoke to me. It sits there in my writing space, and I look at it, and every time I do, and then I get quiet, it's like, whatever I need, just I put my hand out. So I don't use computers. I write everything by hand. And I just put my arm on the table, and it just starts coming through me. I call it automatic writing. It's when you really let go and let God. When you really understand that even this speech that I'm giving right now and these words that are coming from someplace, I have no idea where, into me and through and into this little instrument I'm hearing and coming out to you, I don't own any of this stuff. I just let it come. I just trust in it, and I know that if I stay true to those four virtues and just live from that perspective, that whatever I need will be there. So I don't get to own any of it. And I feel that way, and I felt that way particularly as I was writing Excuses Be Gone. And it was Lao Tzu and that great teaching that was coming to me that basically said, I will give you a paradigm for change to help people to overcome a lifetime of thinking habits. Now, these memes that were placed into your mind, I wrote out 18 of them. If you're thinking about changing something about yourself, anything at all, even the fact that you haven't been able to manifest prosperity or the right kind of relationships or, overcome illnesses or not do some athletic event, whatever it might be, something that you have been unable to do, these are the memes. At any rate, the year before, I started just thinking about this paradigm, and we had a woman there, her name was Suzanne, and she's from Toronto, actually from London, Ontario, and she had binged and purged for 22 years without missing a day. She looked like death walking. Hollow eyes, sallow skin, sadness, a shaking, a quivering whenever she was brilliant. Very intelligent woman. Binging and purging every day for 22 years. And we ran her through the paradigm in 40 minutes in front of 600 people. And when we were there on October the 27th, she celebrated her 1-year anniversary of not binging and purging. She did it in 40 minutes. That's how powerful what I'm talking about is. In Excuses Be Gone. And here are a few of these excuses that we use, none of which measure up and hold any truth. It will be difficult if I want to change. That's a meme. The idea that if you've had a habituated way of thinking and being and behaving, and if you've had it for a lifetime, one of the things that you'll hear people say, they say it all the time, is it's going to be difficult to change that. Second one is that it will be risky. A third is that it will take a long time for me to change. That there will be family drama. These are all memes. That I don't deserve it. That it's not my nature. That I can't afford it. That no one will help me. That it's never happened before. That I'm not strong enough. That I'm not smart enough. That I'm too old or I'm too young. I thought of that one when they asked me to do a film, which meant giving up a month of my life and doing 14 and 16-hour days from 7 in the morning till 9, 10 at night, sometimes staying up all night, filming and refilming and refilming and refilming. And you don't just do to get 1 minute on the screen might take 4 hours easily. And to put myself through that and to take direction and to be told what to say and how to say it and where to stand and what the shadows are and to just give it all up and just surrender to it and say, I'm willing to do that. I'm willing to take on something I've never done before and just let it happen in the name of creating something that can transform the world. Are you willing? And I said, yes. And I remember how I surrendered as we filmed out in a place called Asilomar in just south of Monterey, California for an entire month. It's like to let go of the meme that I'm too old to do something like that I can't change, that it's not something that I could do. You just let go of those. That the rules won't let me, that it's too big, that I don't have the energy, that my family history won't allow it, that I'm too busy, that I'm scared. All of these and many, many, many more. All of these are none of the things that God does. The Tao needs no excuses. God needs no excuses whatsoever. It's just being, just constant. You want to be that way. You want to let go of every one of these memes that have been handed to you by well-meaning people that are invisible ideas that were placed into your head that have duplicated so frequently and have infiltrated so much that in your schools and in your culture and in your religious training and so on, you begin to adopt these things and they become your truths, when in fact they don't hold up to that at all, as you'll see when I run you quickly through the paradigm at the end of my time here with you this morning. The third book that I read before writing Excuses Be Gone was written by Sharon Begley. We don't have it here. It's called Train Your Mind, Change Your Brain. She is the science writer for Newsweek magazine, and she spent about 10 years with the Dalai Lama, who brought the top neuroscientists from all over the world to his place in Lhasa, over India and Tibet, where all the places that he brought these great teachers, and would have them all come together and look at the most recent literature here that was being done in the field of neurology about what could be done with the brain. For those of you, or any of you, who are experiencing or have people in your family who are experiencing any kind of depression, I would really recommend you take a real hard look at some of the research that is being done. That the very fact that your brain, this physical thing that is inside of your head someplace, that we believe is the source of depressing thoughts that we have, that if you understand that it isn't necessary to be taking medicine all the time to rearrange the circuitry of your brain, which is what these antidepressant medicines really do. They really stimulate the formation of serotonin, which is the feel-good enzyme in the brain, isn't it? It's like the more serotonin we have, the better that we feel. And what they're discovering is that when they train people to think about how they think, in other words, very often a person who suffers from depression of any kind, and it doesn't have to be clinical depression, it can be depressing thoughts that you have at any moment. Like, you dropped a vitamin on the floor, and like that happened to me the other day, and it just frigging disappeared. It's just gone. It just disappeared. And I was on the floor looking down with my eyes this way, that way, pulling the carpet up, and it's just gone. And that's depressing. I mean, where the hell, how could it just went from here to there? I still haven't found that vitamin. It's just gone. So, I mean, just a simple little thing like that. Or, the moments in your life when you just lose it, It's something that I guess I learned when I was a little boy, but it's that time. And then here you are, a 60-year-old man, and you still find yourself when something is very frustrating, you can't find something, you misplace it or whatever, and it's just, you just lose it, And I know you think that something like that couldn't happen. I don't usually do that around other people, get me, But all alone in my room and there's nobody there, there's nothing like just letting one of those out. I can't take it, where is it? And then you come back and you remind yourself that you're a spiritual master and that you're a prophet. Or if it's clinical depression or whatever it is, that when instead of thinking, what we're doing now with patients who have this, instead of saying, okay, here's a Zoloft, here's some kind of a drug that we're going to give you, and we're going to rearrange the synapses of your brain so that it works differently. And most of the time, we don't even know what's going on inside the brain when we dispense these. The field of psychiatry has basically become a drug peddling field. It really has. Almost people go now to psychiatric treatment, basically to get some kind of a drug to take so that their life will get better. All of the things that we were so consumed with. The Dalai Lama said, if we could take every child in the world, at the age of 5, and have them meditate on compassion for 1 hour a week, we could eliminate all violence and depression on this planet in 1 generation. Can you imagine? 1 generation. Just thinking compassion, thinking about others. And one of the things that they taught in Train Your Mind, Change Your Brain, which has a lot of, it's a little tougher read than what I've been talking to you about, but it's, the scientific evidence in there is so clear that when a person is about to be depressed and they do an MRI and they'll look at the brain and they'll see the chemistry of the brain, there'll be a picture of it. Then they train them to think a thought like thinking of a moment in their life when they felt loved. Just like kinesiology. A moment in your life when you knew that you were as happy as you could be. And you train that person to just move them and say to themselves, instead of saying, okay, here comes my depression and it's going to get worse, instead of that, saying instead, there goes my brain misfiring again, and I am going to not be a part of it. I'm going to step outside. I'm going to watch it. And as I watch it, I am going to think a thought of a moment in my life when I felt good, I felt loved, I felt content, I felt happy. And then they train the person to put their thoughts on that, and then they do the MRI again, and they look at it, and now you've got a side-by-side view of the brain, and the brain has changed. The chemistry of the brain literally changes. I said it in Power of Intention, I said it in all of my talks. When you change The way you look at things, the things you look at change. The world becomes a different world when you change the way you look at it. If you believe you live in a depressing world, you'll be looking for something to verify and validate that for yourself. When you change the way you look at this world, you live in a different world. So I would recommend you look at that. Now, in the last 10 minutes or so, I'd like to go through this paradigm rather quickly. Each one of these questions is a chapter in Excuses Be Gone. And that's the third part. The first part talks about Bruce's book and talks about the 3 books that I've mentioned, Virus of the Mind, Change Your Brain. And then the middle part of the book really looks at the principles that are involved. Thinking with awareness, thinking in terms of alignment, thinking passion, thinking compassion. And then this paradigm, which was given to me by my ancient spiritual friend, who I can still see walking out of the villages where everybody was going to continue the warring states to live in peace in his final days, Lao Tzu. So the first of these questions is the most important. The question is it true? And as you listen to this paradigm, I'd like you to just really be thinking about not just yourself and the people in your immediate family, but think about our children. So the first question, let's take the excuse, it's going to take a long time, it's going to be difficult. Because that's the one, particularly for those of you who have suffered with physical maladies, who have suffered with being overweight, who've suffered with not having enough prosperity into your life. I'd like you to just think about the question, is it true? Is the thought that it's going to be difficult to change true? And I'd like to work with someone to do that, but because of time constraints, I can't. So the question of, is it true? The fact is that you think approximately, they say, for those who engage in these accounting practices, about 60,000 thoughts, separate thoughts, every single day. The problem with it is that you're going to think the same 60,000 thoughts today that you did yesterday and again tomorrow. And the real problem with this is about 59,950 of them are not true. They're just memes. They're things, they're viruses that have been planted into your mind to believe that it's going to be difficult. If you think that it's going to be difficult to change and you're really convinced of that, I put you through this in the paradigm and in the therapy, which is, can you be 100% certain that it's going to be difficult and it's going to take a long time and there's going to be family drama if you were to do what you want to do? Can you be 100% certain that those things are true? The answer to that is no. You can never be 100% certain. So now you have a potential thought that something is going to be difficult. And if you know that it may or may not be true, even if you're absolutely convinced that it's 100% true, but then you start thinking about it, you say, well, I can never be sure 100% that it's going to be true. Then you say to yourself, I have the option to think a thought which may or may not be true. The first thought, if I think it's going to be difficult, is going to lead me away from where I would like to be. The second thought, which also may or may not be true, is going to lead me to where I want to be. Which one of those thoughts, which may or may not be true, would you elect to take? This is what I was taught by Lao Tzu. That if you have a choice to think a thought that may or may not be true, why not pick the one that will lead you to where you would want to be? So what is the reverse thought of it's going to be difficult, it's going to be easy, or it's not going to be difficult? So now you have that choice, and you begin to take that thought. I'm too old. It may or may not be true. I'm too young. It may, or I'm not smart enough. It may. Now, you begin to work this paradigm this way, that every time you have a thought about something which constitutes an excuse, which is nothing more than a meme, then you begin to reverse it, and you begin to make the shift. And as you make that shift, you start thinking thoughts that may or may not be true, but always will lead you closer to where you want to be. So that's the first question. Is it true? The second question is, and again, remember, each of these are a chapter, and I spent a month on each one of these. Where did it come from? Where did the thought that I can't make something happen, I can't create prosperity, I can't create health in my life, where did that thought come from? The answer to this question, the short answer to this question is, it came from me. It came from myself. I chose it. It was the way, even though I was a child and it was handed to me and it was imposed upon me, there were other children around me who had the same kinds of things imposed upon them, and they didn't buy into the same excuse that I'm buying into. You take responsibility for everything. Someone asked me in the back, what about if you have cancer? What about if you have something that has come to you and you can't overcome that? Do I take responsibility for that? The answer to that is yes. It's not about blame. It's not about karmic paybacks. It's about saying, I have been a vibrational match to what I have attracted into my life. I'm not guilty for it. I didn't do anything wrong, but it is mine, because the reason, as I told the gentleman, the reason that you do that is because if something outside of you is responsible for anything going on inside of you, you have to wait for something outside of you to shift and change. Whereas if you take responsibility and begin to say, I'm choosing this, I've elected this, then you have an opportunity to make it go away, and otherwise you don't. Blame is a guarantee that the excuse will prevail. And all excuses, no matter what they are misalignments. They're all misalignments. That is, you are not aligned with God. God needs no excuses. Third question is, what are the payoffs? Why would I continue to think thoughts that don't work for me and contribute to my having excuses? The payoffs basically are avoidance. It's easier. It's the way that I can manipulate other people. You begin to look through the psychological support system for all of it. And now comes the guts of all of this paradigm. And if you want to know more about this, my friend Byron Katie, and one of the questions that I learned from her in this paradigm is, what would my life look like if I couldn't think the thought that it's going to be difficult? And when I asked Suzanne, who was going through her first day of not binging and purging, what would your life look like if you couldn't think that this was going to take a long time? If you couldn't think it was going to be difficult? If you couldn't think that you didn't have the ability to change? What if you couldn't think that thought? Without that excuse, everybody always says, if I couldn't think it, I would feel free. I would be free. And that's the freedom that comes to it. The fifth question is, can I create a rational reason to change? My son Sam's, who's 21 years old, has a habit, a bad one, according to him. He can't get up in the morning. He sleeps till noon, 1 o'clock, 2 o'clock every day. He can't get over it. He said, Dad, I just can't. I'm just too damn tired. I just can't get up, and I go to bed. It doesn't matter what time I go to bed. I have to sleep. So for his 21st birthday, we gave him a trip to Indonesia. He loves to surf. He wakes up, breathes surfing. He's been living on Maui, every summer since he was born. At 4 years of age, I gave him a surfboard, and he went out and paddled out and rode it all the way in at the age of 4. He breathes surfing. He has surfing magazines. He gets up, and does his surf. So for going to Indonesia, he went down to Indonesia, and he went on a boat for 10 days to get the best surf that you can find. And they have all these machines, and they find out where the waves are, and he's up every morning at 5 o'clock. 5 o'clock. And he surfs all day. They go to these waves, they go to that island, they're doing all of these things. And then gets back at 10 o'clock at night, sleeps, for up at 4 the next morning because they've got to, never complains during the whole time because he had a rational reason to change. When I was in junior high school, I was in love with Erlene. And she boarded the bus a block away from me. And I found out that she boarded the bus at 7 o'clock every morning. And I couldn't get up either until I found out that Erlene was getting on the bus stop at 7 a.m. I was up at 6 getting ready with my Brill cream. I had a big wave and all of. And my Old Spice, what I would slap on me and walk down there and just hope that she would notice me. Because when I had a rational reason to change, do you have a rational reason to change any of these habits in your life? Create one and then follow the paradigm. The seventh is, can I access universal cooperation in shedding old habits? All you have to do is live the virtues, and you access divine cooperation by living the virtues. And finally, how do I continuously reinforce this new way of being? You get quiet, you meditate, you do yoga, you do the kinds of things that I spell out. I'd like to close. There was a woman, an old woman, who lived by the bank of a river
in Nepal. And she was a saint by all means. She carried with her a little container where she kept dried pieces of bread. And one day she found a precious stone. And the stone was so precious that she knew that if she kept it, that she would have everything that she could ever want for the rest of her life. Such was its value, this huge piece of this precious stone. And one day a man came walking by the riverbank where she lived, and he asked if she had any bread or anything to eat because he was hungry. And she opened her little bag, and she reached in, and she gave him some bread. And as he noticed the bag, he noticed inside was this beautiful, shining, precious stone that was his guaranteed security for the rest of his life. And he said, "I'd like to have that precious stone, please." And she said, "Here, if you'd like it, you can have it." And she gave it to him. And he left, feeling as if he now was taken care of, as if it was a divine intervention. The next day, he returned to the woman, and he said to her, "I'm going to give you back this stone." He said, "But I'd like to have you give me something even more precious than that stone." And she said, "What would that be?" He said, "Whatever you have inside of you that allowed you to give me that stone, I'd like you to give to me. In every moment of your life, you have a choice. And here it is. You can either be a host to God or a hostage to your ego, to that false self. It's your choice."
What I would like you to do is to, there's a great teacher back in the 10th century, a Sufi teacher, his name was Talopa. He said, have a mind that's open to everything and attached to nothing. So what I'll be asking you tonight is to really have a mind that is open to things that you may never have considered before. At this age that I'm at now, at 71, I find it's fascinating to look back at some of the things that have occurred in my lifetime. And when they show up, when they're happening to us, or to me at least, I'm not aware that they are part of a larger tapestry, a larger picture. But when you get to a certain place, you can look back and see how this particular event led to this event, and that occurrence led to that, and this insight led to that insight, and on and on and on goes that looking back hindsight kind of thing. And it's still happening. It's still happening for me right now. I got this new device that my kids got me. It's called an iPad, and I've only had it just a few months. And I don't know how to work hardly any of it because I write all my books by hand, and I have the same editor that I've had for 37 books, since 1971. That world of computers and so on. My oldest daughter, Tracy, loves to tell me that how much fun it is for her just to go to the airport for entertainment and to watch people in my age group try to just get on a plane. You mean I have to stick this thing in there, and then what happens now? Nothing is working, and I don't know, and it's invariably I need someone to come over there and help me to touch different buttons and so on. But one of the things that is on there is something called Facebook that I don't know anything about, and I've been informed I have like 700,000 friends on Facebook that I don't even know how to get it. I said, well, how do I get Facebook? Do I just type Facebook, and does it? So they tell me how to do these things, and I turned that thing on the other day and pushed the slide button, and up came my something on Facebook. I don't know what it was, but I was on there, and it had my name on it and listed all my friends. Well, it didn't list them all. And there was a notice at the top of the sheet on the screen for somebody had just said, there's a book that you have to read. To me, Dr. Dyer, you must read this book. It's absolutely essential that you read it. What that means to me is that there's two things operating here. One is that I just turned this machine on, and it happens to go to something that I don't even know how it got on there. My kids must have been playing with it or something, but so that's number one. And number two, then there's a letter to me and a book that's somebody's from France who is a physicist who has written a book about how to change the future through time travel. How to that the recognition that here we are, and I've been reading this book all day, and I'll get off of it in a few minutes, but it's just spooked me out because when these things happen, I just finished a book. I just spent a year on a book, and I just did a public television special on it, and I recorded it, and I worked on it 5-6 hours a day every single day for 7 or 8 months. I'm not ready to write another book. But when these kinds of things happen for me, and I'm speaking to all of you, that when these sort of alignments begin to show up in your life, that it's really important to pay attention to them, because you'll get to a point later on in your life, which is now, because the future and the present and the past are just all illusions. It's all now. And at this moment that we're all in here right now was at one time a future in your past. And this moment that you're in right now is also a future, and this is that past. So this moment is really a future and a past. And they can't communicate with each other, the future and the past. I told you it's strange. The only way they can communicate with each other, your past and your future, is through your present. So your past can't get a hold of your future. The only way it can get a hold of your future and help you to change it, and literally, and I mean change it, and I know this to be true because what I was reading today is so aligned with what I've just completed and what I'm going to be speaking about tonight. This whole idea that we have within us the capacity to use our present moment to alter any future that might have even been our dharma, might have been something that we signed up for, might have been a direction that we were headed. That when we begin to recognize that when we put our attention on what we would like to be, and then the universe starts aligning in such a way that the kinds of things that I just described to you, turning on this iPad, which I didn't even have 2 months ago, and having a thing show up, and then having a note to me from somebody in France telling me about a French author who has written a book about how to go into time and literally change what you may have been destined for, or the direction that you were headed, and that you can do it like instantaneously. And one of the most important ways that we do it is in our sleep, particularly as we prepare ourselves for sleep to enter into our subconscious mind, all of which is coming up in about an hour. But the reason I say this to you is because when this kind of thing happens, this is what I know about myself now at age 71, is that when things like that happen, I know that I will be... This is just the very beginning stages of my writing something and uncomplicating, because that seems to be what my life mission has been about, which is taking complicated, difficult things for most people and putting it into terms that people understand. My teacher, when I was a young doctoral student, was Dr. Abraham Maslow. Dr. Maslow died on the 8th of June, 1970, at almost the same instant, within an hour of the time that I was walking across the stage in Detroit at Cobo Hall to receive my PhD. And my whole doctoral study work was on self-actualization and higher consciousness and how average people can achieve that. And it was almost as if he taken these concepts of self-actualization and higher awareness and talking about that there are people who are extraordinary in virtually all facets of life, and that all of us are really programmed for extraordinariness, but we unfortunately have allowed ourselves to be ordinary. And he talked about these behaviors and ideals and thought patterns and things that separate out and differentiate people who reach these exalted levels of consciousness, who are able to do what Jesus said in the New Testament, that even the least among you can do all that I have done and even greater things. I've always just taken that literally, that we're all capable of these miracles, but we don't often recognize that old Sanskrit saying that when the student is ready, the teachers will appear. The problem is that the teachers are appearing all the time. They're everywhere in everything that we do, and many times we don't even recognize who they are. Mother Teresa once said that every day I see Jesus Christ in all of his distressing disguises, so that person begging on the street might be your greatest teacher, or even the person sitting next to you that you didn't even know before, or that you met on the way in, or whatever. There's a wonderful poet. Her name is Mary Oliver. She wrote Wild Geese, my all-time favorite poems. They ask her, what is it that differentiates out people from higher consciousness and the rest? She said three simple things. She said, my advice always, and she was born the same year I was. She lives out in Cape Cod, written many, many great books of poetry. You'll hear a lot of poetry tonight. I've been writing a lot of it myself. She said, if I had to give any advice to people, it would be this. Number one, pay attention. Just pay attention. Just start to recognize the miraculousness of every moment and everything that shows up in your life. And even the fact that you can take a breath and that who you are is here now at this time in an infinity that has no beginning and no end, that you showed up. Pay attention. Notice the trees. Notice the clouds. Notice the worms. Notice the birds. And as Maslow said, see the unfolding of God in everyone that you encounter. Pay attention. Know that this world that you're in, this physical body that you're in, is not who you are at all. Pay attention. And number two, she said, I would tell them, be astonished. Just go through life being astonished. Rumi put it this way. He said, sell your cleverness and purchase bewilderment. Get rid of your intellect and just go through life bewildered. That's something that has happened to me in the last 7 or 8 months, particularly since I've had this diagnosis of leukemia, which I know most of you know about, since
ABC did a special on it with me in it. I was just sort of telling this reporter a little bit about it, and that became the whole focus. But it's been a great blessing at any rate. But miracles have been showing up in my life, that some of which I'll share with you the details of, because there's no better place to do it than here. I did it on the PBS show, but it'll be interesting to see what they allow on. I told a story that they already cut of how when people give you negative information that you don't want to hear, and how you should just put it in. Like, this wonderful thing about the iPad is that I love this thing, is that it has a little button on there called trash. I just think that should happen in life. I mean, I would like to have one of those. So that every time somebody gives you any information that you don't want, that you don't need, or that is contrary or contradistinction to what it is that you intend to create for yourself, you just push trash, and you can actually watch it go into the trash bin. It's amazing. Whoop, makes a little sound. Whoop, goes right into trash. I love that. Then there's a button at the top that says delete, and it never comes back. Every negative thing that anybody ever tells you that you don't want to hear, that conflicts with what you are and what you intend to be, and you just push the trash button. I could say nothing more tonight and just leave, and that would be the best lecture you ever heard. Well, I guess I'll tell the story because... But I was telling them about, I had a little, about 3 years ago, I had a little thing on my chin. There's a little scar there, a little basal cell skin cancer thing, which is one cell. They just go down, they cut it out, and it's gone. So I was telling a friend of mine about that I had to go into the dermatologist, and they were going to do that. And she said, oh, my God, my girlfriend's husband had the very same thing, and they had to cut his penis off. I said, I just got a little thing on my chin. It's just a little red mark. It's like, no, he had that, and it was never even in the sun. So people are lovely. I mean, it's like, since people found out that I have this kind of leukemia, I get more messages about leukemia, especially the people that died from it. Oh. They send me their obituaries and tell me, you can never be too careful. And anyway, I'm getting ahead of myself. But anyway, PBS... So you're the only ones that'll get to hear that story. They left it out. I keep thinking about that guy, though. I mean, there has to be some karma in there somewhere. I don't know. So Mary Oliver said, be astonished. That is, go through life just blown away. Every day. By everything and everyone that you encounter. Just see the miraculousness in everything. And don't try to be what everybody else wants you to be. E. Cummings once said, to be nobody but yourself in a world which is doing its best, night and day, to make you just like everybody else means to fight the greatest battle there is to fight and never stop fighting. Just to be yourself. You don't have to be good. You don't have to be happy. You don't have to be right. You don't have to win. You just have to be yourself. And who you are is so incredibly miraculous. So be astonished. And finally, she said, tell other people. So simple. 3 simple little things. Pay attention, be astonished, and tell other people. And that's what I'm doing tonight. I'm astonished that you're here. I'm thrilled that you actually pay to come and hear me speak. I have 8 kids. They don't listen to a thing I say. That's not true. But I'm honored every time I do this. Every time they put my name on something and a couple of thousand people show up. Every time someone asks me for an autograph or wants to have a picture taken, I'm just astonished. I'm thrilled. And that's been a fascinating journey for me, away from ego and into one of just appreciation for every moment and for the miracles that I know are awaiting all of you. If you can move into this higher place that I'll be speaking about here this evening. See, the problem, I believe, for most of us is that we were raised to be ordinary. And ordinary is here at this level, about my waist. And there's nothing wrong with ordinary. Dan Millman is here this weekend, I believe. He's here speaking, I know, tomorrow or Sunday. I saw his name on there. He's an old friend of mine. Known him for a couple of decades. He wrote a book on the way of the peaceful warrior and had this character in there named Socrates. He was telling his student that he had to go out and sit on a rock and sit there and stay there until he could come up with something that was important, a thought that was important. And he'd sit, and then Socrates would say something to him, and he would say, no, that's not important. No, that's not it. He sat there for a day or two. I don't remember all the details. I read it 20 years ago, but just thought of it in this moment. And finally, Socrates came out to him after he had been sitting there a whole day, and Dan said to him, there are no ordinary moments. And he said, you're free to get up. You finally come up with something important or significant to say, that there are no ordinary moments. Unfortunately, that word ordinary is something... And when I use the word ordinary, I'm not using it as a pejorative at all. I'm not using it as a negative. But most of us
And we had parents who were raised that way, and they had parents that were raised that way, and it goes way back. And we are not raised to understand our divinity, who we are. We're raised to believe that we're to become just like everyone else. So your job is to learn to walk and learn to talk and learn to master your alphabet and your mathematics and go to school and get good grades and get out of school and get on the honor roll if you can and go to college if you can, or if not, get a job and stay at that job and work and have a family and raise your children and raise them to be respectful and do all of the things that are fine. They really are. Fill out the forms, and we all fill out the forms, and pay your taxes, follow the rules, and have children, then have grandchildren, and then you die. And that's a successful life. And that's basically a big story in our world. I want to speak to you tonight about something that I call extraordinary awareness, higher consciousness. It's something that I believe is accessible, something I know is possible for any of us to put our attention on what we intend to manifest and create for ourselves in our life and attract it, that the right people will show up, the right events will show up, the right timing will be there, and you have that capacity within you. Taking literally the words of Jesus, that even the least among you can do it all, just as I do. And I call this extraordinary awareness. Now, the thing about extraordinary awareness is that it encompasses ordinary. That if you're going to get here, you go through here. And I think at this point in my life, I'm living there in a very, very big way. Not better than anyone else. It's not about that at all. That I know that I'm not ordinary. I know who I am. And that means that I still fill out the forms. And I have 8 children, and I've made sure that they all are well taken care of and well provided for and given great guidance. And I'm proud of every single one of them. And I pay my taxes. Big time. I'm in that 1% that everybody's all pissed off about. Beyond that, beyond this ordinariness, is this distance between here and here. And in this distance between here and here, there is so much for you to become aware of and to practice and to live and to enjoy and to make a huge difference on this planet. And I think we as a people are going to have to do it, and that's why a gathering such as this is so important, because we've got to reverse it. I've just done a film called The Shift. It's a shift that I think really has to take place on a collective level. It's more than just individually changing our awareness and attracting into our lives what we would like to create for ourselves, becoming the people that we would like to be. It's making a real dynamic shift that we have to take responsibility for. I mean, today, a child being born in America has a shorter life expectancy than its parents. First time it's ever happened in our history. Ever. Imagine that. And the reason for that is not that we're going into reverse evolution. The reason for that is really basically 3 things. One, we've become a nation of addicts. Seriously. In the year 1970, 1 generation ago, there were 2 billion prescription tablets prescribed in America. 2 billion individual tablets prescribed in 1970. In 2007, a generation and a half or so later, that number is 113 billion. 1 generation. America is the only country other than New Zealand in the world that allows prescription drugs to be advertised on television. And our children and our teenagers and our young adults and you are being exposed every day to a literal conspiracy to get people addicted to the idea that they need to take a drug in order to get through their life, for whatever it might be. The fact is, I was with Christiane Northrup in Pasadena last weekend, and she was getting ready to go on. I don't know if you've ever heard Christiane. I've heard her on this stage. She's one of my favorite speakers, one of my favorite people in the world. And she was so excited about this thing that she just discovered, because she's always involved in some kind of crazy research. And she said, Wayne, you're not going to believe this. We've got the actual results with double-blind studies that people who grow their own vegetables and fruits in their own year and tend to these fruits and tends to these vegetables and tend to the food that they are going to eat, that the plants themselves are able to produce whatever is missing in the person who is nurturing them in their food. So that if you have an immune system disorder, if you have a vitamin B12 shortage, or if you have some kind of chemical need that you have in your body, one of the things that the plants know, our symbiotic relationship to these things, these plants, is that if you show them love and care for them and all of that, that they will grow whatever it is that you need when you eat them. Isn't that great? Does that astound you? I mean, that just blows me away. But we're living in a culture right now that has just submitted to the FDA and to Congress and to the lobbyists in the pharmaceutical industry are trying to get shyness, and grief, and considered them to be social anxiety disorders, which we can now give a prescription to from children from the age of 7 on. We can give them these drugs, put them on for life. It's true. I'm telling you, it's happening. You see even ads for things very similar to that on television all the time. By the time they list all of the side effects, I always wonder, how would anybody ever would go to their doctor and say, give me some of that stuff. I know I might get a bleeding ulcer, and I know I might have urine. I may have an erection for 4 hours, and I may have, there's 1,000 things that might possibly happen to you if you take them. But our airwaves, of course, are filled, aren't they? They're filled with ads to train young people. We're exposed on a daily basis every time they have the television set on. Even on the children's channels, there are commercials to get you to believe that you need some kind of a pill to take care of virtually anything that might be going on in your life, and becoming aware of that. So that's one thing as a nation of addicts. I mean, in July, the last month that there are statistics for, 32 soldiers in the United States Army committed suicide. 32 soldiers in 1 month. And this is fairly normal. They're on antipsychotic drugs. They're on antidepressant drugs. My oldest daughter's best friend Kim, her husband had insomnia, went to a general practitioner and was told that, and there was nothing else wrong with this guy. They had a great marriage. Everything was going well in there. They were doing well financially, preparing to have a baby, all of these things, and he just couldn't sleep. He was put on Zoloft, an antidepressant, and he said 3 weeks later to his wife, Kim, who's a very close friend of mine, he said, I feel like my head doesn't belong. I feel like my head has to be removed from my body or something. He said, I just don't feel like I'm connected right. Nothing seems right. He said, I don't think I should be taking this. And she said, well, call the doctor. And they called the doctor, and he said, well, it takes about 6 weeks for this thing to really kick in for you. So take it for 3 more weeks. And if you're still having that, we'll try a different antidepressant. And she came home from Washington, where she was working, and came home, and Woody, her husband, had hanged himself. And this, you say, oh, and this is a very common story. It's happening day in and day out, not by the hundreds, but by the thousands and tens of thousands in America today. My 26-year-old daughter's best friend's fiance, 31 years old, overdose, died of something having to do with Adderall and Xanax combination, and they found him dead, 31 years old. My daughter Summer is 28 years old. 4 people from her grade school, 8th grade, have already died of overdoses of drugs. 4 in one. There were only 28 kids in that class. 4 of them are dead. It's every day, folks. This is just, it's going to get better tonight, honestly. I'm not, it's not a... But what I think that we need to do is really become aware of, why is the pharmaceutical industry in America so indifferent to what is happening? I mean, I just saw a study in the paper in the Maui News the day before yesterday, before I got here, that the number of deaths from OxyContin and oxycodone have tripled in just the last year and a half. The number of deaths of overdoses of these drugs. This is a Schedule III drug, which your dentist can give you if you have a tooth pulled, which they're trying to get it to a Schedule II, which would be equivalent to morphine, because that's how strong these pain pills that kids in junior high school and high school are selling for $20 a pop so that they can get high, all across the country. The pharmaceutical industry is in your pockets, is in your lives. And they have more lobbyists in Washington than there are congressmen. And this is all done in the name of greed, and it's just one of the things that's taking our young people down a road that we need to really take a hard look at. And you need to take a hard look at it, too, even in your own life. Because anytime you are taking more than 4 prescription drugs of any kind, 4 prescriptions, you have a 5th drug going into your body that you don't even know about, which is the combination of the 4, creating a 5th or a 6th or maybe even a 7th. I was growing up, getting a prescription was like an event. Maybe once every 3 years you would go and get something, but it would be just like a strong aspirin or something. And now You go into medicine cabinets of America, and most adults have 3, 4, 5 prescription drugs, and some are taking 12, 13, and 14. Just something to think about. That's one of the reasons that young people born today have a shorter life expectancy. Another is the amount of what's in the food. 31% of our young people are obese in America. 31%. That's almost 1 out of every 3 children are what we call chronically obese. And there's really no reason for that at all, other than what we are putting in our foods, which again is greed. It's money. It's GMOs, genetically modified organisms. We're changing the composition of food. It used to be when you wanted to have corn, you plant it in the ground. The next year, you'd take the seeds from that corn, put it in the ground, and it would grow. But that's not the way it is anymore. Now they are genetically modified so that the next generation of food, whether it's corn, whether it's squash, whether it's tomatoes, whatever it might be, has been engineered so that it does not produce a second generation. You have to go back to Monsanto or one of the big corporations and buy the seeds again. I wonder why they've done that. Check for your GMOs. Now we're trying to get labels. By the way, Kim's husband's name was Woody, and she has a website, and I encourage you to take a look at it. It's called WoodyMatters.com. Just look it up. She has devoted her life now to getting this pharmaceutical industry out of our pocketbooks and out of our lives. Not completely. I mean, obviously, some of the wonder drugs and so on have helped a lot of people, antipsychotics and so on, but they're being administered in a profit-making way that's horrific. And we need to do something about it. And you would think that, like I go down to visit, my daughter goes to college in Alabama, and I go down to visit her, and this is one of the poorest states in the United States as far as income and so on, and yet you see grossly obese people everywhere you go. Go to rent a car, these monstrous, huge people, 300-400-pound people. You go to the grocery store, you go to wherever you go, you just see an enormous number of these, and you would think that people who make the least amount of money would be thin. Wouldn't you? But it's not. It's not because of how much they eat. It's because of what's put into what they eat that gets them addicted to things that are just horrible for us. The average amount of sugar consumed in the United States in the year 1900 was about 20 grams a day of sugar. Today, that number is approaching 400 grams a day of sugar. There are 42 grams of sugar. Do you know what a gram, if you've been through the 80s like I was? You know what a gram of sugar looks like. Imagine 42 of those bags lined up and all mixed up and put into one Coca-Cola. 42 grams of sugar. And diet and soda and this kind of stuff. And well, I could go on and on with that. I mean, it's a horror story. Bill Maher had on his show not too long ago a picture of a guy who people used to pay 5 cents in 1917 during World War I. They would pay 5 cents to come in and see the fat man. 5 cents. And they showed a picture of him. Probably 20% of the men in this room could have got a nickel in 1917. It's true. I'm looking around. It's true. All you have to do is travel like I do and get on airplanes and so on and go by Disney World and places like that, and you see what America's starting to look like. These enormous, gigantic people. And there's so many of them. And they are eating foods that have been contaminated by a food industry that doesn't have our best health. The third reason why our young babies born today are not living as long as their parents is the violence, just simply the amount of violence. Chicago Public Schools, 2007, 2008, 242 children shot to death in one school system. What's going on? The Chicago Tribune they decided to do a full-page story on each child that was murdered in the, and they thought they would do like 20 or 30. So they did 242, I think it was the total number. And every one is a tragedy. Last week, or 2 weeks ago, in Carson City, Nevada, a guy walked in with an AK-47 and blew away 8 people sitting at a restaurant. I want the people who voted in Washington to end the ban on automatic weapons to stand up. I want them to stand up and say, we take responsibility for mental patients being able to go buy automatic weapons. And why do we need, I don't care where you're from, why do we need automatic weapons for sale at Walmart? Why do we need that? Why do we have to have something where you squeeze one little squeeze and 50 bullets come out? Bambi doesn't need 50 bullets to kill him. And we take it all for granted. In fact, those stories don't even make the front page anymore. Have you noticed? It's going on day in and day out. Kids losing their lives to violence and bullying and so on because we feed them a steady diet of entertainment is watching people die instead of watching people soar. You depressed enough now? We'll pick it up. But I think even looking at something like Christianity, where Jesus, his comment was, "I am the resurrection." He said, "I am the resurrection." What does the resurrection mean? It means I am that which has transcended to this earthly plane. I am love. That's what God is, according to Jesus. God is love. He that dwelleth in love dwelleth in me. But most of our attention in Christianity around the world is on I am the crucifixion. Jesus never said I am the crucifixion, that which is suffering, that was what is wrong in the world. I am this divine being that all of you are. Anyway, so if we want to get to extraordinary consciousness, we have to do something different. One of the things I did on the PBS special, we created a street, and I started out with this. It was written by Portia Nelson. You may have heard this, but I love it, so I'm going to share it with you again. I've said it before. We were all at a conference many years ago. I got to know Portia quite well. She passed away about 10 years ago. And we were given these cards, these 5x7 cards, and told that we should write down the 5 chapters of our life. But this is all you get. So don't use big print. And you can't go on the other side. So you write the 5 chapters of your life up until right now. And everybody wrote out something, and, chapter 1 of my life, chapter 2. But Portia was a poet, and this is what she wrote. Chapter 1 of my life. I walk down the street. There's a deep hole in the sidewalk. I fall in. I am lost. I am helpless. It isn't my fault, and it takes forever to find a way out. Chapter 2 of my life. I walk down the same street. There's a deep hole in the sidewalk. I pretend I don't see it. I fall in again. I can't believe I'm in the same place. It isn't my fault, and it still takes a long time to get out. Chapter 3 of my life. I walk down the same street. There's a deep hole there in the sidewalk. I see it there. I still fall in. It's a habit. My eyes are open. I know where I am. It's my own fault. And I get out immediately. Chapter 4 of my life. I walk down the same street. There's a deep hole in the sidewalk. I walk around it at last. Chapter 5 of my life. I walk down another street. Isn't that good? I love that. That became the theme for the PBS show. So when you see it, you'll see my beret, which is I picked up in Lourdes. We took 162 people to 3 of the divine spiritual places on the planet where absolute miracles have taken place and took place on this trip. We went first to Assisi, where St. Francis, of course, performed his miracles in the 13th century, and then to Lourdes, where St. Bernadette had the 18 visitations of the Blessed Mother, and then to Medjugorje in Bosnia-Herzegovina, where the 6 children saw the same vision, and it was miraculous. But in walking down the streets of Lourdes, which is an amazing place, it's the second most visited place in France after Paris, and just a little village back in the 1858 when Bernadette had these visions, and they were selling these hats. And then my daughter Sky just went to Paris last week, just like I did when I was your age, honey. I used to go to Paris on the weekends, and all the time. I would bag groceries all week and then go off to Paris on the weekend. And anyway, she brought me back a couple more of them. You like getting a little for me when I'm up here, isn't that great? So the whole theme of this show, what we did is we filmed that entire process, and it was an amazing event, and I want to share a little bit about it with you because it really relates to what I'm speaking about here tonight with extraordinary consciousness, is that like this little man who lived in the 13th century, his name was Francesco Bernardone, who became known even a few days after his death in 1225 or 1226, I think it was, as St. Francis of Assisi, the man for whom the city of San Francisco was named. This beautiful little man. I was raised in foster homes and orphanages until I was 10 or 11. So I never had any Catholic training or Protestant training or Jewish training or anything like that. I just, wherever I would be living, that's what I was. Sort of the way it happened to you. It was the Baptists that were the most interesting because they had this big tub of water up there on the stage. They have a stage up here, and they'd have this thing of water, and they'd take people up there and dunk them down and hold them underwater. And I'd sit there scared shitless, in the back of the room. Sort of had a philosophy: if you hold someone underwater long enough, you come around to their point of view. Hallelujah, hallelujah. I got it. I'm there. At any rate, so all of the spiritual things that have come into my life have been just very fascinating to me. It's what I was saying earlier. When these things start happening to you in your life, it's like if you can, in the present moment, begin to connect the dots and begin to see, like this book that I'm reading about time, is so fascinating to me because I just have a real strong sense. I remember when Arthur Miller was being asked the question, the great American playwright, and he was 91 years old in New York, and the Times asked him, "Are you working on another play?" The guy's 91. And they're asking him, "Are you working on another play?" And he said, I don't know. But he said, I probably am. I love that. I probably am, because he just had an awareness that there's something bigger moving the pieces around and that he's not in charge of it. And I've always, not always, but I've come to know that if you've got Dharma and you've got things that you came here to do and you signed up for it and it's like in your heart and you have that passion for it and you're ignoring it, or you've chosen ordinary and stayed with ordinary and said, this is good enough, but the thing in your heart that just keeps saying there's more to it, that's what we tried to show in the film, in The Shift. But it's like that becomes that passion that you feel towards moving towards this calling that you have is really God. That's really God speaking to you. And most of us just don't listen. We just think, well, I can't do it. I'm too old. I'm too young. I'm, too poor. I don't live in the right city. We got the wrong economy. We got the wrong president. We've got the wrong whatever it is. We've got some kind of excuse that we come up with as a reason why we can't fulfill this internal calling that is really just, the word enthusiasm breaks down to entheos in Greek, entheos, God, within, the God within. So when you have enthusiasm for anything, that's God calling you towards it. And that's when I said earlier that when this whole idea that when the student is ready, the teachers will appear. The teachers are always there. They show up in so many ways, and we just ignore it. We just, this book, this isn't really something. I've been blown away all day by what I've been reading all day and taking notes on it and thinking, I guess I'm working on another book. I just finished one. It's not even out yet. And it's such an exciting kind of thing. I mean, it just makes my heart leap with excitement that I'm now paying attention. I'm paying much closer attention. Back 30 years ago, at a lecture that I was giving someplace in America, someone handed me a prayer, all framed very beautifully. It was the prayer of St. Francis. And I just looked at it, and I didn't even know much about St. Francis. I didn't even know that San Francisco was named after him. I never even thought of that. It's just, and then I hung it up in our house. We had built a house, and I have 8 children, 6 daughters and 2 sons. And so we had one every day, it seemed like. I mean, were we ever not having kids? But we had 5 and 8 years. And my wife used to say, in one decade, I went from a 36C to a 32 long. At least she had a sense of humor. She said, don't you remember when Sky came along, I would nurse her up here, and then when summer came, and then I would sit down, I had a pillow. And finally, when Sage was born in 1989, she said, I would just say, look, you want a drink, help yourself. I'm very busy. I've got a lot to do here, So at least she could laugh about it. And so we built this home, and there were 5 bedrooms upstairs, and so I would walk back and forth between these bedrooms, saying goodnight to the kids, saying good morning to the kids, getting them up, all of the things that my kids do, and they've been my greatest teachers. They really have, because if I raise my voice, say anything that's inconsistent with what I teach and talk about, it's the foot here, the one on the hip, and it's like, I wonder what all those people would think of Mr. Positive if they could see him here this morning. Say, okay, don't write Daddy Dearest. I don't want that book written. My one daughter said, would you buy a book from someone who yells at his 10-year-old daughter? I don't understand those people. I think the best line I ever got from my kids, I've always loved to use it, is my daughter Summer at 13 said to my daughter Serena at 11, at breakfast one morning, she just looked at her and said, well, if you didn't have any feet, would you wear shoes? You never know what's going to come when you got kids around like that, especially that many. Serena, who can hardly stand anybody at that time of the morning, looked at her and said, that's the most ridiculous thing you've ever said to me. Don't even talk to me. It's 6 o'clock in the morning. Why are you even talking? What do you mean if I didn't have any feet, would I wear shoes? That's so stupid. Of course not. Summer looked at her and said, look, don't get mad at me. I'm just wondering why you're wearing that bra. That's all. I had to write that down. I said, I follow them around. I still do it. They're in their 20s and 30s and 40s now. And I say something stupid. Come on, I need some material. Anyway, I looked at this prayer of St. Francis for years and years, 10, 15, 20 years go by, and I had no idea the significance of the person handing me, who in her home had gone and had this thing framed and put beautiful flowers around it, and it was really elegant and beautiful and proud to hang in the walls. I didn't even know what the prayer was or anything, but I would go by it, and every once in a while I would stop and just look at it and read it, and it was so powerful because it's really not a prayer. It's a technology. Where there is hatred, it's like, I've often thought of myself as an alchemist, especially after reading The Alchemist. If you haven't read The Alchemist, read The Alchemist, Coelho's book. It's about omens, which I'm speaking about here tonight. It's about things that show up that are there for you. And an alchemy is really the science of transferring one thing into another, converting something. Lead into gold, basically, is what the alchemy is. But the prayer of St. Francis is really about, it's not about substituting one thing for another. He doesn't ask for that. Let me take out some hatred and bring in some love. He says, make me an instrument of thy peace. Where there is hatred, let me be love. Let me bring love. Where there is sadness, joy. Where there is darkness, light. In other words, let me convert hatred into love. Let me be that kind of a person. An alchemist, someone who can make those kinds of shifts. I practice it. My kids will tell you that. I practice it all the time in my life. I mean, if I see hatred, if I see anger, if I see it in a grocery store, I move in closer and stand close to someone who's yelling at one of their children or something, or berating or loud or whatever. And just, to me, my kids will say, Dad. I said, look, I'm not going in and slapping somebody around to create more violence. I'm just going to stand closer because I really believe that I can change that, shift that hatred into love. And you can do it, especially when your energy reaches a certain level. When you start moving, your intuition starts getting sharper, your psychic abilities, if you will, your ability to heal. All of these things begin to elevate as you move out of ordinary. You're still going to fill out the forms. I want you to know, I still fill out the forms. I went to a yoga class this morning. It was a new yoga class. I've never been there. And they had a form with like 30 questions on there. Questions and questions. I said, I just want to do a yoga class here this morning. But you have to fill out all of these things. So I fill out the forms. What am I going to say? No, I am living at extraordinary levels of consciousness. I don't do forms. She does the forms for me. Please do the form. I fill out the forms. And when the IRS calls, I send them my money. I send them half almost of everything I get. I just do it. So it's not about putting down ordinary. It's about going beyond it. It's about converting ordinary into extraordinary, which is what I'm here to do tonight. And what I do all the time, everywhere, in every place that you find me. You will not find me living at ordinary levels any longer. When I sit down on a plane, I reach out to see if there's somebody who might need some help. If it's a little person who has to reach up and put their bag up, to me that's an opportunity, and I glory in it, in just reaching out and serving somebody else. No, it's just the truth. It's just an opportunity to live at God consciousness, at higher levels of awareness. So the prayer of St. Francis, I would look at it, I would read it, and then, 7 or 8 years later, now 7 or 8 years, but when there's no time, when there's no time, you realize that everything is happening at once. And from this perspective, those 7 or 8 years were just a moment. They were just an instant. And I came to decide that I wanted to write a book called There's a Spiritual Solution to Every Problem. And I got called to Assisi. I don't know why I got called to Assisi. My wife and I went there together. We sat in the Portiuncula in Assisi where St. Francesco had done his meditating and his healing work and so on during his lifetime in the 13th century. My wife and I had, both of us, tears rolling down our faces, sitting in this little wooden, old, 800-year-old little chapel, surrounded by all these gold marble places and all of that. But here we were in this place. And I went out and walked in the fields where Francesco walked and tried to get the birds to line up the way he did. It was miraculous. And I came back in meditation, knew that the whole organization for that book, Spiritual Solution to Every Problem, was just so clarified that I was to write it, and it was based on each line of the prayer of St. Francis. Each chapter became one of those. Each line became a chapter. I went back again to Assisi. I was called back there again, 2001, and if you see the shift, you'll see an amazing healing took place. So it's just sort of an introduction to me that there is more to this whole prosperity consciousness, and prosperity when it comes, I'm speaking prosperity not financial, I'm speaking medically, physically, who we are. The health that we have and the bodies that we live in are susceptible to and amenable to divine law. Joel Goldsmith said that in the presence of the God realized, the laws of the physical universe do not apply. Gravity doesn't apply. The rules that you think cause and effect don't exist. Being able to have instantaneous healings from someone who's been told that they're going to die, it's all capable and possible. I went to Assisi at that time. I wore a brace every day on my knee. I had been a marathon runner, an ultra-marathon runner, a triathlete. I ran every day 8 miles a day for almost 30 years, 29 years. Missed one day in 29 years. And played a lot of tennis and all of that. And this right knee was just bone on bone. And orthopedic surgeons had told me that I'd have to have it replaced within the next 2 years. Otherwise, I'd be in a wheelchair. And
went to Assisi. Not for that reason. In fact, I didn't even wear my brace the day that we took a group of people up to in San Damiano, the place where St. Clare, from the Poor Clares, had lived. And we were walking up this winding staircase, and a guy named John Grable was behind me. And he was about a 200-pound man, and he had muscular dystrophy, and he had braces on his legs. And as the staircase narrowed, he couldn't get it, because this is how he would go up the steps, like this, and then he would go like this. And as it narrowed, he couldn't go up and he couldn't go down. And he just said to me, what am I going to do? He was right in back of me. I said, just put your arms around my neck and I'll carry you up to the top. But I forgot I didn't have my brace on. And I got up about 4 or 5 steps, and all of a sudden I felt my leg just going. And I could see the headlines in the Assisi Daily News. Spiritual teacher arrives 40 dead at the bottom of the stairs. And as I was going down with John on my back, because there was just no cartilage at all in this knee, I saw Francesco. This is weird. I really did. And he was right there in front of me. He was a little man with a brown robe. And he went like this with both of his hands. Didn't say a word, and it was just a flash. Just an instantaneous flash, as if to say, stand. And I stood up, and I started walking up the steps with John on my back, and I went a little further, and then I started running with John on my back, and then I started raising my leg up, and I hadn't had that feeling in years and years because of the whatever it was that was in that knee, arthritis. My wife was waiting at the top of the stairs. She said, what in the world is going on? Everybody else is out of breath. You're running with John on your back. And I said, I just saw Francesco. And I went over and I put my hands together and I gave thanks because I knew a miracle had just taken place. So that was my second experience with St. Francis. Now, and there were so many others. But as I look back and I begin to see what a role he played in my life and what he was teaching, that this last time that I went, I was giving a talk in this church where St. Francis had been. It was built in the 10th century. And at the end of the talk, something happened to me. I was out of control, sobbing. And the entire room stood up and held their hands out. And it wasn't like I was talking about St. Francis any longer. And this is really one of the key things that I'm saying to you here tonight. That when you reach a level, you'll hear about awareness a lot, but when you reach a level of higher awareness, till you get to a place within yourself when you are living your passion, and it is so overwhelming that what you are putting your attention on, you become, and it becomes you. And Francesco entered my body, and I felt him, and I couldn't move. And I just stood there, the tears just flowing down my face. And people took pictures, and there's a big picture of Jesus in the back. So many of the cameras show these huge, I'm putting them in the book, these huge orbs, which are like these circular kind of things that show up in photographs that we just don't quite know what they are. There's a whole book written about it called Orbs. And they were right there, right at the base of where Jesus was in that picture, and right above my head. And Francesco and I became one in that moment as we were talking about it. And this is a consciousness that I really want to address. It's the same consciousness that all of you have every single night in your dream. So that when you go to sleep and you dream, anytime you want to be something or someone, it doesn't matter how old they are, it doesn't matter if it's your grandmother or your mom who has been gone for 2 years, who I see a lot. It doesn't make any difference if you want to be 4 years old. It doesn't make any difference if you want to have a new Mercedes in your driveway. You don't have to go to all the trouble you have to do in this level of consciousness. You got to get up, you got to get dressed, you got to go drive down to the dealership, you got to sit in the car, you got to write a check, all of the things that you got to do to have that Mercedes in your driveway. All you have to do is put your attention on it. And for 1/3 of your life, you have the capacity to do that. Have you ever thought of that? That all you have to do is put your attention on something when you're in that state. And that is a state that is a state in which your subconscious mind is aligned with your conscious mind, and you become one with it. And what I want to say to you is that when you start living your passion, and it really becomes where you are coming from within, and you place your attention and live there from passion without any expectation of anything in return, this is God consciousness. Because God doesn't say to us, I'll give you this if you give me that. Religion tells us that. God doesn't say that. You don't have to pay. You just have to be. And as you become that, and as you live from that place, that wherever you place your attention, it shows up. It's like Carl Jung had a wonderful quote. He said, from the beginning, I had a sense of destiny as though my life was assigned to me by fate and had to be fulfilled. This gave me an inner security, and though I could never prove it to myself, it proved itself to me. I did not have this certainty. It had me. I've often been called the father of motivation over the years. Somehow that tag got put on me. But I don't think of myself as a motivator. Motivation is when you get a hold of an idea, a motivated person, and you take it to its obvious conclusion, and you don't let anything interfere with it. You're going to make this happen no matter what, right? That's a motivated person. Inspiration is the reverse of that. Inspiration is when an idea gets a hold of you. Your ego gets out of the picture, and you allow it to take you where you were intended to go from that field of intention from which all things come and to which all things return. T.S. Eliot put it this way: we shall not cease from exploration. And at the end of all of our exploring will be to return to the place from which we originated and to know it for the first time. I believe the poet was speaking about death. I'm not. I'm speaking about coming to know the place from which we originated, the place to which we will all return, and to know it without having to discard your body, which you ultimately will do. Because moving into this level of extraordinary consciousness involves an internal knowing that I can get to a place of awareness wherever I put my attention with enthusiasm with God, that I will become it and it will become me, because there's no separation. The ego is only about separation. That's a stupendously phenomenal place to get to. And I remember being in Assisi, now my third visit to Assisi. I wrote an entire book there. I had my leg healed there. My wife and I had we still speak about that moment as one of the signature moments in our lives, being there with us in Assisi. That prayer hanging up. And I look back, there's a song that Sky used to sing called From a Distance, the Bette Midler song, From a Distance. When you can get back to a place where from a distance you can look at the events of your life and the things that have taken place, and you can see how this had to happen in order for this had to happen, in order for this had to happen. The person that you're married to, the children that you have, the night that they were conceived, how it could have been a different night and it would have been a different child, and which we often hope for, but we can't. It's like all of it. And not only how you got here, but how your parents got here. And if that would have been on a different night, or your grandparents, or 40 centuries back. I mean, there's no accidents. This is it's like, be astonished. Pay attention. This whole place is one great big miracle. I mean, and it's truly, it's like, so now I look back and I think, Francesco, St. Francis. And I got a letter from a woman who heard me speaking in a place called Vernon, British Columbia, a few months back. And she wrote me this beautiful letter. I put it in the introduction to the book. She tells the story of when I was giving a talk up there on stage, and how, as I started talking about St. Francis, that she could see me transform into St. Francis. And when I spoke about Lao Tzu and the Tao and all of that I've written so much about and lived back 6 years ago when I was writing the Tao Te Ching. Well, not writing the Tao Te Ching, but writing my essays on Change Your Thoughts, Change Your Life. It's a book that you should carry with you. Some call it the wisest book ever written. I spent an entire year on each of the 81 verses. I recommend you carry that thing with you. Put it in your purse, put it in your glove compartment, carry the Tao with you. Someone sent me a book, Jesus and Lao Tzu. And on one side of the page was all the teachings of Jesus, and on the other side was all the teachings of Lao Tzu, and they were identical, almost word for word. And Lao Tzu lived 500 years before Jesus. I'm not saying Jesus was plagiarizing, don't get me wrong. I'm just saying that there are eternal truths. There are eternal truths. And Lao Tzu wrote about them in the year 500 BC and then walked away from the warring states in China. I live the Tao. I have a painting of Lao Tzu in my living room, and every single one of the chapters that I wrote for the Tao, Lao Tzu dictated them through me. I just sat there and just allowed it to come. And it works, I'm telling you. Same with this book I've just written. It was so sweet. Every day, my kids will tell you, they were there all summer long with me and on Maui. And every day, about 1 o'clock, I'd take off and be gone for 5 hours. And I'd just be over there just letting it come, just paying attention and being astonished and realizing that none of this is about me. So I can look back on all of that. So moving into extraordinary consciousness is really walking down another street. This book that I told you I've been reading about changing the future through time had a quote by René Descartes
in it. And this is what it said. This was the display quote for the book. Like, this is what this thing is about. In order to reach the truth, it is necessary at some point in one's life. Now, really hear this. René Descartes was a philosopher, 18th century. I mean, this goes back, all right? In order to reach the truth, it is necessary at some point in one's life to rid oneself of all the opinions one has received and to rebuild one's entire system of knowledge from the very foundation. You have to be willing to just let it all go. So that if you want to change, if you want to do that, if that appeals to you, it really means changing your concept of yourself. And you have to ask yourself the question, what is my concept of myself? Your concept of yourself is everything that you believe to be true about you and about what's possible for you and about what's not possible for you. All of this stuff that you have had handed to you by your culture, by your parents, by their parents, by your school system, by your religious training, by your own experiences. All of this stuff that you have come to believe is absolutely a true thing, you have to be willing to shed it all and start with a whole new foundation which says, with God, all things are possible. And that leaves nothing out. What does all things are possible leave out? Absolutely nothing. So that if all things are possible, you have to start listening to what I call your higher self. Your higher self. I studied for the last year a book of teachings. There's about 12 volumes of them. It's called Know Thyself. And this is what it looks like. It's out of print. It's from a teacher in Bulgaria whose name is Omram Mikhail Ivanov. And he teaches initiatic sciences, what they call the White Brotherhood, which is not white skin, all right? It's white light, all right? And one of the things it says in here, because this is the whole thing, all this initiatic science stuff, it's all about the higher self. And the higher self is the self that goes beyond the ego. The ego is just the part of you that has come to believe that who you are is what you were taught in what is ordinary consciousness. Who I am is what I have, what I accumulate, what I own, what I accomplish, what other people think of me. Who I am is separate from everyone else and separate from God. And it's all an illusion. You are none of those things. You have to ask yourself the question, if you ask yourself the question, who am I, and you believe that you're your body, then you've been in so many bodies since you were born. I mean, you were in a body this big. You were in a toddler body. You were in a 10-year-old body. You were in a 20-year-old body. You were in one of those bodies that did what my kids did all the time, standing. You were in all of those different bodies. And every time when you ask yourself the question, is this who I am? Am I this body? You say, yeah, I was in a 20-year-old body. I just saw a picture of it. They put it on the TV screen when I was doing the PBS show. And I looked at it and I said, I really, when I was in that, thought that was real. Well, that was 51 years ago. Where the hell is it? Where is that body that I thought was so real? It's gone. I can't be that body. Muktananda was asked the question, what is real? He said, that is real, which never changes. So the part of you that is changing isn't real. You're in a body. It's 20 years old. It has all kinds of things that it does. And then you're in a body 30 years old, and you look back and try to find that 20-year-old body, and you find out it doesn't exist at all. Not one cell is left of that body. Not one cell. And the body that you're in now, that you believe is you, if it's changing, it's not real, according to Muktananda's definition. It's not real. How can it be real when tomorrow it'll be something else? Emily Dickinson put it poetically so beautifully. She would pick up a handful of dust and she would say, this quiet dust was gentlemen and ladies and lads and girls, was laughter and ability and sighing and frocks and curls. This passive place, a summer's nimble mansion, where bloom and bees fulfilled their oriental circuit, then ceased like these. Who you are is that which continues to occupy things that keep on changing. And who you are in this present was once, what you call the past, a future. And who you are here is a past that will become a future. But who you are is not this thing that you live in. And this is one of the awakenings that has come into my life. I mean, we all know this. I mean, it's pretty obvious that you're not the body that you're in, since it just keeps on changing. That who you are is infinite. And the higher self, this is how Ivanov describes it. He says, the Creator has planted within every creature a fragment of himself, a spark, a spirit of the same nature as himself. And thanks to this spirit, every creature can become a creator. And this means that instead of always wanting for their needs to be satisfied by some external source, human beings can work inwardly by means of their thoughts,
their will and their spirit to obtain the nourishing, healing elements they need. This is why the teaching I bring you is of the Spirit, of the Creator, and not of matter. So this higher self is something that really intrigues me at this time in my life. And it's the second chapter in the book, Wishes Fulfilled, the higher self. And he calls it a spark. It's my intention to help people who read this, as it has been for me, to take this spark, this infinite spark of who you are, that continues to occupy this body that is always changing, so it's not real, and let it become a fragment, which is a little larger than a spark. And having this fragment become like maybe the size of a dime inside of you, and then the size of a quarter, and then the size of a golf ball, and then the size of a baseball, and then the size of a soccer ball, until this inner spark of divinity, of God, that is who you are, that is infinite, becomes the dominant force in your life. This spark, it's so significant, so important to recognize that it's really your identity. And I call this spark, as so many others do, the soul. And when Vivekananda, this great teacher, came over from India to teach here back in the early part of the 20th century, and he was asked the question that so many people ask, how do you get to this God-realized place where you can become a miracle worker, where you can heal, where you can perform miracles, where you can put your attention on what you would like to attract and have it show up? You all have the ability to do this. Jung called it synchronicity, where you have like a collaboration with fate. You put your attention on something, you're thinking about something, you're not thinking about yourself, you're not thinking about what's in it for me, and the person you're thinking about calls you on the phone. Who has had that experience in this room? Look, it's a universal experience, and we still call it a coincidence because we don't understand the word coincidence. It comes from coincide, a mathematical term. Two angles, remember Geometry 101? Two angles that coincide are two angles that fit together perfectly. We've taken something that fits together perfectly and interpreted it to mean something that shows up accidentally, and it doesn't. Nothing shows up accidentally. Nothing. Vivekananda put it this way. He said, in the springtime, go out and observe the blossoms on the fruit trees. He said, the blossoms vanish of themselves as the fruit grows. Get that image. The blossoms vanish of themselves as the fruit grows. So too will the lower self vanish as the divine grows within you. You just have to become your highest self. And your highest self is where we're going to take a journey now that some of you are going to find difficult to accept. Some of you will laugh at. Some of you will probably be insulted by it, perhaps. But your highest self is the third chapter of this book before I move into the principles for manifesting and attracting into your life from that place of inner God realization. The Secret didn't quite have it. They asked me to be a part of it, and I didn't. Because I do not believe that we attract into our life what we want. I believe we attract into our life who we are, what we are. And when we become God-realized people, creation becomes our way of being. We are omniscient. That spark is omniscient. That spark is God. Your highest self is that you are God. Now, the soul, this part of you that has no boundaries, has no beginnings, has no ends, you can't find it. I mean, I remember talking to a neurosurgeon who's a friend of mine on Maui, and he was saying, you talk about all of this stuff, but I'm a scientist. He said, I've poked inside a lot of brains, and he said, I've never seen a soul anyplace. I said, well, while you're in there poking around in those brains, have you ever seen a thought? No, I haven't. I said, do you think they exist? You think because you can't poke one that it doesn't exist? That this soul of yours, now listen to this. I know you're tired. I know you've been working all day, but that's nothing. We're going great places now in the next hour or so. Your soul, this invisible part of you that keeps occupying these bodies, these new bodies all the time. And you're watching, in the Tao, Lao Tzu said it so beautifully. He said, the Tao does nothing. God, the Tao, it's another word for God. The Tao does nothing, and it leaves nothing undone. He said, none of you are doing anything. You're just being done. You must realize that about your body. I mean, you got to look in the mirror and look at it and know that something's doing it. I mean, they are sagging, right? And they are turning gray, and they are doing, it's like, this isn't you. And something in there is beating your heart and digesting your food and making all of these weird things inside of us, these rivers of fluids and all. There's something doing all of this. My son has taken this up, by the way, as his motto. I say, Sans, please, come on, get going. Let's do something. Let's get moving. I do nothing, and I leave nothing undone. It's his favorite motto. He loves to say it. So if you get this about your soul, if you get nothing else tonight, get this about the soul. I wrote something for you today. I feel this so strongly. Because your soul is not finite, is it? If your soul isn't finite, what is it? Infinite, right? Beyond finite. And what does infinite mean? It means never ending, doesn't it? It means no beginnings. It means no ends. There is a part of you that is birthless, deathless, changeless. You are that. This is like, it's that quiet dust. The great Irish poet William Butler Yeats said, an aged man is but a paltry thing, a tattered coat upon a stick, unless soul claps its hands and sings, and louder sings, for every tatter in its mortal dress. We're just tattered coats on a stick, unless we have a soul. And when our soul claps its hands and sings, and louder sings, it transcends these tatters. And honestly, folks, you gotta get this. This is who you are. The rest of this is like, you just got to become the observer to it. This isn't just New Age, airy-fairy stuff now I'm talking about up here. This is so real that you can heal yourself of leukemia. Oh, yeah. And you can attract the right people into your life. If you don't know how to do it, that will do it for you. And it does happen, and it has happened. You're listening to someone who's let it all go. And I'll tell you about that a little later, because it's too weird yet. But I had such an experience with John of God in Brazil, and I had surgery performed on me without anybody touching me. My life changed so dramatically. My children, one of them is here, she'll be up here in a few moments, will tell you about it. It has been an alarming shift. The surgery wasn't the healing of the leukemia and the regaining of my strength and the reversing the aging process. I'm telling you, I'm taking it down, all of that stuff. What it did was because I guess I must be a big-time messenger with big dharma, and I have a voice that people want to come and hear wherever I go. It doesn't matter what city, what place, what country, wherever. People listen for some reason. That I was infused after that experience with John of God with so much love for everything and everyone that I understand what Mary Oliver was saying when she said, pay attention. Everything just looks different now, including you, this room, the trees outside my room, the swim I do every day, the yoga I do, which I had to stop doing because it was too exhausting. And now I never want it to end. But the love, it was the love. The love was just so all-encompassing. And it's just... It's been such a fabulous journey. I mean, I've always felt like a kind, loving person, but nothing like this. I had my birthday a few days after that happened, and the only thing I wanted to do was go out and talk to homeless people. I was in San Francisco at the St. Francis Hotel filming a new film we're done on finding my father called My Greatest Teacher. I took this big wad of $50 bills that I went down and got, and every homeless person, every little old lady from Laos taking plastic bottles out of the trash to take and try to get a few dollars so that she could feed herself became like, I understood what Mother Teresa said. Every day I see Jesus Christ in all of his distressing disguises. These people with no teeth, the people who were so drunk that they could hardly walk, the people who were just so dirty. It was like talking to them. I spent the whole day, my 71st birthday, May the 10th. It was the greatest birthday I've ever had. And I gave away, I don't know, like $1,500 that day, and just... And I came back into my room and I sat, and I'm almost ready to do it now. I sat on my bed and I just sobbed with joy at how grateful I am and how fortunate I am, how lucky I am, and what this healing has done for me, and how many others have been healed as a result of it as well. And that's all I've wanted to do, is just give. No, I don't want any applause for that. It's like thinking like God thinks. I used that observation of Hafiz. You know, he said, even after all this time, the sun never says to the earth, you owe me. Just think what a love like that can do. It lights up the whole world. That kind of love, it lights up the whole world. And I think people like us, a collection like this number of people here in this room, can do that kind of thing when we multiply it and bring it together and it becomes exponential. Just the couple of thousand people that are in this room could do it. I'm telling you. David Hawkins said that it would take one being living at Christ consciousness to compensate for all of the people who calibrate below 200 on our planet. Just one being living at Christ consciousness could do that. But if you get your calibration up to 700, you can compensate for 150 to 200 million people who are operating at these lower levels of hatred and bitterness and fighting and all of that by becoming an alchemist. Where there is hatred, let me sow love. Let me turn hatred into love. Like when you go into a dark room, how do you turn darkness into light? You don't say, okay, I'll be right back. I'm going to take this darkness out, we'll remove the darkness, then we'll bring in some light. Alchemy doesn't work that way. You just light a candle. And you convert darkness to light. You convert it. And the thing I wrote for you about your soul is this. Really hear this. The ideal of your soul, and all of you have one because you have to, the logic is impeccable. You are not this body. If you think that you are, you also thought it of the bodies, all the bodies you've been in since you incarnated. And none of them are any place. Every cell is gone. So you are something that is birthless and deathless and changeless. That's who you are. The ideal of that, the soul, the thing that it asks for is neither knowledge or light or happiness. The ideal of your soul is space, immensity. The one thing it needs is to be free to expand and to reach out and to embrace the infinite. Why does your soul need to embrace the infinite? Because that's what it is. It is not finite. If it was finite, you would be able to see it, touch it, have a boundary for it. It would end someplace and begin someplace. Because it doesn't, anything that is infinite is always doing what? It's always expanding. The minute it stops expanding, it becomes finite. You have an end to it. So your soul wants to rejoin that which it is always connected to. It wants to grow. It wants to expand. Yes, the ideal of the soul is infinity. It is miserable when it is circumscribed and restricted. It is a fragment of the universal soul, which is infinite. Your soul is a fragment of God, the infinite soul. And all it wants to do is expand. Now, how does this fit in with ordinary? Ordinary has limits. It has rules. It has things that you can do and can't do. It has beginnings. It has ends. It has study things. It has forms to fill out. It has rules to obey. And the soul, every one of you who are parents know that nobody likes being told what to do, right? My mother is 95. I'm going to see her on Monday down in Orlando. She's 95. And when I would come to her house when she was 90, everybody would come in. She'd say, "Oh, hi, hi, everybody. Wayne, wipe your feet." I said, "I'm 60 years old. Why are you telling me to wipe my feet?" Because nobody wants to be told what, nobody wants to be circumscribed. Nobody wants to be fenced in. Anybody that tries, look folks, when somebody tries to fence you in, when someone tries to tie a knot around you, when someone tries to make you become what they think that you should become, anytime that you're dealing with this in your life, you're dealing with the soul, your soul, who you are, not your body can follow the rules. It'll do what it's told. But who you are in here is saying, back off. Don't tell me what to do. Don't circumscribe me. Don't make me into something that you think that I should be. Don't put a fence around me. Don't put limits on me. Your soul doesn't know anything about limits. It's God. Because your highest self is God. You are not just a fragment of God. You are not just a piece of God. You are not just a soccer ball size of God. When you do what Vivekananda said and allow the divine to grow within you until it becomes who you are, you begin to recognize a great and fundamental truth. I read 2 major books for preparation for writing Wishes Fulfilled. One of them was called 3 Magic Words by a man named U.L. S. Anderson. And the other was a book by Neville, which I brought with me here tonight, called The Power of Awareness. And this is going on PBS. And PBS approved this. I can't wait. Well, I'm telling you, the death threats are going to be coming. But you can't kill me because I'm infinite, you know. It's like, that's why I can't have cancer. I can't have, how can that which has no form have something like cancer? It's not who I am. I don't need anything else to know other than who I am is immune to all of that. Now, I read 3 Magic Words, because I had my teacher in India actually recommend that I read this book. It's truly a life-changing book, and after PBS, I mean, it's going to be a bestseller, okay, which is great, because the guy died in 1986, I think. So there are 12 chapters in this, and it's all about higher consciousness. It's all about, there's meditations at the end of every chapter. Some of you will find it heavy. For me, it's like porn. I mean, it's just... I mean, there's so much of that. Not that I know anything about it. That little iPad has funny little features in it, though, but I won't go into that. So I read each of the chapters in here, and you never find out what the 3 magic words are. That's the title of the book. You get to the 12th chapter, and the 12th chapter is called The Veil Removed. And this is what U.S. Anderson says at the beginning of removing the veil. After we did all of these meditations, after we did all this, the studying, the consciousness, the exercises, I mean, I really studied this in depth. This is the ineffable secret, the ultimate illumination, the key to peace and power. Here they are, 3 magic words. You are God. If you will accept this towering truth and dare to stand atop this magnificent pinnacle, universal consciousness will be revealed to you from within. God is there. It is God who peers from behind your eyes, who is your own consciousness, who is your very self. You are not just a part of God. You are altogether God, and God is altogether you. Now, you were not brought up to believe this. Even though you had scriptures thrown at you and so on, there's a wonderful line in the New Testament. I read the entire New Testament before I wrote Wishes Fulfilled. Preparation for the flack I'm going to be receiving, which I look forward to because my answer is I'm just quoting your guy, okay? And Jesus is about to be stoned. And he says, why would you stone me? In the book of John. And his tormentors say, because you are a man and you blaspheme. You claim to be God. And he says, is it not written in your laws that I have said you are gods? And there is St. Paul writing in his letters to the Philippians a little bit later on in the New Testament. And he says, have in you the same mind as Christ Jesus, who being in the form of God, did not consider it robbery to be equal with God. Were you raised to believe that you are God? Or were you raised to believe that God is something external to you, that God is this deity, this being that we have created in our own image, that plays favorites, knows how to heal, but withholds it from some and gives it to others, is full of rage and full of anger? Were we ever taught that we came from, we return to this divine consciousness? The other book that I was speaking about when I was speaking about the essence of this talk tonight is from a book called The Power of Awareness by Neville. And Neville was a man who died in 1972. He lectured all over the West Coast. Brilliant speaker. I gave a copy of this book to each one of my 8 children for Christmas a couple of years ago, and they all wrote back and said, nice gift, Dad, but we don't understand any of it. I said, well, then maybe it's my job to make it understandable, and that's what I've done with Wishes Fulfilled. But I've read this book 7 times, and the 7th time was on my way to the U.S. I live in Maui, to the mainland, about a year ago, and I didn't ever catch this before, and this is what the last chapter, it's called Reverence, says. It says, in all creation, in all eternity, in all the realms of your infinite being, the most wonderful fact is that which is stressed in the very first chapter of this book. You are God. You are the I am that I am. You are consciousness. You are the creator. This is the mystery. This is the great secret known by the seers, prophets, and mystics throughout the ages. This is the truth, the only truth that you can never know intellectually. I could lecture about this forever and you will not know it, because if you want to learn something intellectually, what you do is you get theories about it, you cogitate on it, you come up with a formula about it, you interview people who you think are experts about it, you read books about it, and ultimately come to a conclusion intellectually. To understand the rest of what I have to say to you tonight, spiritually, you must be willing to experience it. Now, I'm not suggesting that you go out into the world and anybody says anything to you, you say, excuse me, but I am God. I don't want to be talked to like that. When I say I am God, I am well, I am perfect health, you are really saying God's name the way Jesus referred to it. God is love. Perfect love. And he that dwelleth in perfect love dwelleth in me, and I in him, and I in the Father. We are perfect love. We came from it. Now, a little book came to me that I quoted about 20 times in Wishes Fulfilled. It's called the I Am Discourses. It was, I get so many books and so many requests to write forwards and introductions and things like this. And most of them I'm not even able to look at. It's just too many for one person. So I put them in a stack and kind of flip through them, and then I donate them to schools or churches or religious centers or prisons or whatever. But every once in a while, something comes with energy in it. And I was away from Maui, and I had stopped doing yoga because when I was diagnosed with leukemia, I believed what the oncologist had said to me, which is that I can't do, this is going to be too exhausting, you're going to, somehow that got imprinted in here, and I forgot who I am. And for 11 months, I stayed away from yoga, and I slowed down, and I was getting sicker and tired, losing my energy, and buying into something that wasn't appropriate for me to buy into. Just wasn't ready for that. And it was inconsistent with all that I had been teaching and all that I knew. And even when I got the diagnosis, I didn't even believe it, because I don't do cancer. I help other people with it, but I don't do that. Yoga instructor at the studio in Lahaina on Maui called me up frantically 2 or 3 times. She said, a lady dropped this off, and she said it's wrapped up in gold, and she said, you have to read this. I said, well, I get that a lot. she said no. She said there was just something about it. So I drove over to the yoga studio and picked it up and didn't do the yoga and took it home. And I was in the preparation for writing Wishes Fulfilled about a year ago. It was about this big around, maybe 2 by 2, wrapped in gold paper with a gold, it was like from King Midas, it was with gold ribbon on it and so on. And I don't have a dining room table because it's a sacred space. I have so many sacred things in there. We don't eat at a dining room table in my place. We eat on the floor on a little thing like this. That's just the way we do it, despite my kids telling me they want to change all of that around. We don't. So we have this little table that I sit in, and I put it there, and I looked at this, and I looked at it, and I looked at it. A week would go by, and I think, well, I'm just going to have to put it on that pile of things I'm not going to ever get to. And then I didn't. And finally, one day, something spoke to me. And it said, open this. And it was the I Am Discourses. It looks like this. In fact, this is it. It was channeled things that came back in the 1930s by St. Germain. So I opened it up, and I read a few pages, and I said, well, this is interesting, but, I'm writing something else, and I don't want to. And then it just had one of those pulls to it that it was like a calling. Just like the book that I told you I've been reading all day today from this French physicist. It's just a calling. And when you feel it and you sense it and you know that you're onto something, that's what this was. So the I Am Discourses are basically, they come from the original. Now, I'm going to just give you this is really important for you to be able to get this. If you go back into the Torah is one of the most, if not the most, ancient spiritual text still in its original form. It's the first 5 books of the Old Testament: Genesis, Exodus, Leviticus. Lao Tzu wrote the Tao Te Ching, the book that I ask you to carry with you in 81 little verses, in the year 520 BC, approximately. The Torah was written 800 years before that, 1,300 years before the birth of Christ. You have to understand how far back that is. That would be like going back now to the year 800 to look at these spiritual texts. That's how far back we go. So from the birth of Christ, we're going back 1,300 years, and there's a story as reported in the Torah, in Exodus, in the book of Exodus, and it's the story of Moses. And most of you know the story of Moses, but let me just fill you in for a moment. A little Bible history for just 2 minutes. Moses was a baby who was born to an Israelite slave. The Pharaoh at that time in Egypt had ordered all male babies that were born to be drowned in the Nile River. This mother of this little baby could not stand the idea of drowning her baby, but the soldiers were coming, and they were drowning them if you didn't do it yourself. And in those days, I guess the Pharaoh's word was the Pharaoh's word. So she wrapped her baby up and put it in a waterproof basket and floated it down the Nile, just hoping that something better would happen to it other than having it drowned by the Pharaoh's soldiers. And as the world would have it, baby was picked up by a woman who happened to be the Pharaoh's daughter. And Moses was raised as a granddaughter of the Pharaoh who had ordered all of these slaves to be killed. About the age of 17 or 18, and he was a favorite, but he got into a conflict with one of the soldiers who was mistreating an Israelite, and he murdered this soldier. And the Pharaoh hadn't found out about it, but he knew that when he did, his life would be ended, that he would be executed for this. So he ran away and he escaped, and he went to a place called the Sinai. And he lived there, married a woman named Zipporah, and lived with her, had children, was a shepherd, and lived out there on the Sinai, raising his family for 40 years. And one day he's out there on the Sinai, and he comes across a burning bush. And this burning bush is continuing to burn, but it's not being consumed. And so he hears a voice coming from this burning bush, legend tells us. And it is God speaking. And it is the only place in all of the spiritual literature wherein God gives his name. And I brought it with me to share with you the exact words. It's in Exodus 3. So when the Lord saw that his turn to look, God called to him from the midst of this bush and said to Moses, Moses, Moses. And Moses' only words to God were, Here I am. Here I am. Then he said, Do not draw near this place. Take your sandals off of your feet, for this place where you stand is holy ground. Then 11 verses later, Moses says to God, but God's telling Moses this story, and he's telling him, you're to go to Egypt. You are to free all of your people who are enslaved. And Moses, now he's talking to a burning bush that isn't consumed, all right? And he said, but I'll read it to you. He said, Moses says to God, but who am I that I should go to Pharaoh and that I should bring the children of Israel out of Egypt? So he said, well, I will certainly be with you, and this shall be a sign to you that I have sent you. When you have brought the people out of Egypt, you shall serve God on this mountain. Then Moses says to God, indeed, But when I come to the children of Israel and I say to them, the God of your fathers has sent me to you, and they say to me, what is his name? What shall I say to them? And God said to Moses, I am that I am. And he said, thus you shall say to the children of Israel, I am has sent me to you. I am. Moreover, God said to Moses, you shall say to the children of Israel, this is my name forever, and this is my memorial to all generations. To all generations, which means our generation. It means us. I am that I am is the name of God. Now, the significant thing about that is that every time you use the words I am, you are saying the name of God. That is your name. You use it all the time. In the book of Joel, it says, let the weak say, I am strong. And virtually everything that Jesus said of significance, including labeling God's name as I am in the book of John, he says, I am the truth, the way, and the life. I am the door that no man closes. I am the resurrection. I am the Alpha and the Omega, the beginning and the end. I am, using the name of God. Now, you have a name that you use all the time, and it's called I am. And every time you use this name and place before it something that God would not be able to say, this is blasphemy. This is taking God's name in vain. When you say, I am weak, I am poor, I am sad, I am sick, I am unable, I am, could God say that? Now notice that when Moses asked him his name, God didn't say, my name is, I hope things work out for the best. He didn't say, my name is, I will be, I hope to become. He said, I am that I am. I am discourses were among the most powerful teachings that I have ever encountered. Now, that's 330 pages of very small print, and I have underlined it and read it many, many times and quoted from it, distilled most of it in the book that'll be out in March. It says here, I am is the activity of life. How strange it is that students, that's us, with sincere interest do not seem to get the true meaning of those two words. When you say and feel I am, you release the spring of eternal, everlasting life to flow on its way unmolested. In other words, you open wide the door to its natural flow. When you say I am not, you shut the door in the face of this mighty energy. I am is the full activity of God. Having placed before you so often the truth of God in action, I wish you to understand its first expression in individualization. The first expression of every individual, everywhere in the universe, either in spoken word, silent thought, or feeling is I am, recognizing its own conquering divinity. The student, you and me, endeavoring to understand and apply these mighty yet simple laws, must stand guard more strictly over his thoughts and expression, in word or otherwise. For every time you say, I am not, I cannot, I have not, you are, whether knowingly or unknowingly, throttling that great presence within you. This word I am, when you use it, is the name that God gave as his name, our Creator's name, for all future generations. And I'm asking you at this point now, as I go into the 5 principles for manifesting into your life in the last 20 minutes, I ask you to think about this idea of how you use the term I am. You may remember the first thing I said when I came out here was, I am well, I am perfect health. I am. And as a result of being able to say that and know that and recognize that every time I use the words I am, I want to be able to place into my consciousness the fact that I am speaking as God. Not a God that is of the ego, not a God that's better than anyone else. God, the spirit and the ego, the soul and the are always at war. Go on the internet and look up the 100 most spiritually influential people alive. 100 most spiritually influential people alive by Watkins. Look it up. You are listening tonight to the 3rd most spiritually influential person alive according to this list. All right? That's something? And my spirit says, I'm not anybody better than anybody else. I'm equal with everyone. We're all God. We're all pieces of God. But my ego says, what do you mean, number 3? What's going on here? Who could possibly be more spiritually influential than you that's alive? And you look on the list, and there's 2 people ahead of me on the list. And my ego says, you got to take these 2 guys down. My spirit says, don't pay attention to that. We're all the same. We're all equal, right? So the 2 guys ahead of me alive today are Eckhart Tolle, number one, and I just did 2 hours with him. That's streaming across the internet right now. You can find it on, I just did it last Saturday in Maui. He's done. I talked about this on the conversation, the dialogue that we had together. We had so much fun with it. Or the two of us could come together and take down the Dalai Lama. I think we can possibly do that. Yeah? And, of course, my ego says, it's really not fair. I mean, he had Oprah, and he was on for 20 weeks, and Oprah's only number 8 on the list anyway. Why? And my spirit says, ignore all of that. It's not relevant at all. This moment that Moses speaks to God, and God gives his name as I am that I am, is interesting because I came across this incredible thing. We have them here. It's called the Moses Code Frequency Meditation. And this is amazing. And I want you to really pay attention to that. I mean, think about this. There's 9 tracks on here. We're reproducing this in 3-track thing, but right now it's in track 8 and 9. What they have done is they went back into the actual Hebrew words that say I am that I am, and were able to match up the sound. That how they do this scientifically, I don't know, but the sound, you can meditate to the sound of the words that were spoken by God to Moses in I am that I am. And they explain how that is done in the Moses Code. So this is by James Twyman. It's number 8 and number 9. What I encourage you to do, I gave this to my kids, and I said, look, let's just do this meditation, because there's 2 20-minute meditations, track 8 and track 9. And when you put it on, it's the most divine sound you just have ever heard. When my daughter came to my room at 6:45 to bring me down here, I was in the midst of that. And I didn't hear the door open. I didn't hear them come in. I didn't hear anything. It's like I was in such an incredibly peaceful and perfect state. And track 8 is for a deeper meditation, and track 9 is for a lighter meditation. It's got a little bit of music accompanying with it. But the words, I am that. What I want you to do, this is very valuable for you, is whatever it is you would like to become, whatever you would like to attract into your life, the person that you would like to be, the relationship you would like to have, the job you would like to have, the prosperity you would like to have show up in your life, the consciousness that you would like to be living by. Write it down, seriously. Write it down on a piece of paper in a sentence or two, and call it that at the top of the page, just that. And then when you do your meditation, when you put on track 8, and just begin to just meditate and use this as your inner mantra, I am that. Whatever is written on your page, whatever it might be, I am that. Which is what God said to Moses. And then I am. If it's on an out breath, you are sending that to God. If it's on an in breath, you are bringing it from God. It doesn't make any difference. It's I am that. I am that divine relationship. I am that prosperity. I am that happiness. I am that health. I am that healing. Whatever it might be. I am that I am. Just practice it. It's a meditation. When I did it with my kids, and I play it out loud and have them come in and sit down, and I light 3 white candles, and we do this little ritual thing. And at first they're just placating their old dad. You know, the leader of the band is tired, and his eyes are growing old, and so is his brain. So I just try it once. Just try it with me. The next day, they know I do it in my headphones or whatever. I do it every day. I do it consecutively. I do 40 minutes every day. My daughter Sage came to me, and she had her girlfriend Allie there. She said, could we do that meditation again today? I said, absolutely. We did it about 4 o'clock, and then the next day she said, we're planning our day around the meditation. They were there for 3 weeks. They did every single day. Now they downloaded it on their, whatever they download them on, those little things they stick in their ears and all of that, and do it on a regular basis. I am that I am. We're bringing it out in March as the Wishes Fulfilled I Am meditation. But just practice it and try it. So Elizabeth Barrett Browning wrote a wonderful little poem about that meeting of God and Moses. She said, earth's crammed with heaven, and every burning bush afire with God. And those who truly know take off their shoes, while the rest sit round it and pick blackberries. Take off your shoes, as God instructed Moses to do, and just be at peace with it. And the 5 principles for manifesting based upon the awareness that I am God, meaning love, are these. The first is your imagination. Your imagination is the greatest gift that you have been given. Your imagination, everything that now exists in the universe was once imagined, which means that in order for something to exist, it must first be imagined. You have to free your imagination up and rebuild the foundation, like René Descartes spoke about in the quote that I gave earlier that I read this morning. You must be able to toss out your concept of yourself, which is based on everything that you believe to be true, and walk down another street. And the other street is a street that says, I am God. I am not just a piece of God. I am altogether God. The rest of it is just all illusion. It's just all the coming and goingness of things. It's the tattered coat upon a stick. That I, who I am, that which looks out from behind my eyes, and with God, when you are aligned in God realization, the truth of it is that all things are possible. The day that I was diagnosed with leukemia, I came home to where I live on Maui, and sitting there on my front lawn was a woman who was waiting there for me because she wanted me to help her with her work. She's a nurse practitioner. Her name is Pam McDonald. She was here with me last year, and she's written a book that was really instrumental in helping me to rearrange my entire diet. It's called The Perfect Gene Diet. She claims that by the year 2040, the year I turn 100, there will be 1 out of every 3 Americans will have diabetes if we don't shift our consciousness. Alzheimer's has become an epidemic in our society. Most of you have family members or people that you know who in one way or another have this horrific kind of robbing us of our humanity disease, and it can all be shifted with our diets. It's called the Perfect Gene Diet. I went on the diet that she recommended, which is in harmony with my genetic blueprint, and as I did that and shifted, 2 of the 8 markers for leukemia returned to normal within 2 months. So your imagination is the thing that you have to be able to put a do not disturb sign in front of and say, no matter what it is that I place into my imagination, no one is going to be able to detract me from it. And be willing to put into your imagination anything at all that aligns with the notion that with God all things are possible. All things are possible. If you've been addicted to something for 20 years, if you've been overweight your whole life, if you've been poor your whole life, you've been saying, I am poor, I am fat, I am unworthy. You are using the name of God in vain. You must begin to say, I am healthy, I am happy, I am content, I am well-being, I am addiction-free, and be able to say it. Forget about what your senses tell you, you forget everything else. William Blake, the great poet, said, to see the world in a grain of sand and a heaven in a wildflower, to hold eternity in the palm of your hand and infinity in an hour, we are all led to believe a lie when we see with, not through the eye, which was born in a night to perish in a night, while the soul slept in beams of light. The soul. When you align your soul with what wants to expand and not be held back and push away all forces that will try to encumber you, will try to restrict you. Your soul is miserable when you're trying to live out somebody else's dharma, an idea of what you should be. You must be able to do it from within, and when you do, the most amazing things begin to happen. Place it into your imagination. The second of these principles, I call it living from the end. And there's an observation from the New Testament that says, in the presence of him whom he believed God, who gives life to the dead and calls, and these are the most important words, I think, in Romans, the book of Romans 4:17, and calls these things which do not exist as though they did. This is the secret. This is what I've been reading about all day about time. You've got to be able to say not only that I am perfect health, I am well, I am prosperous, I am employed, I am whatever it is that if you would like to place into your imagination, you have to ignore everything that comes your way that conflicts with that, including your own senses. Most importantly, what your eyes and your ears and the reports tell you. You must be able to hold firm this idea and call things as God, and you are God, calls things which do not exist as though they did. And the third principle here is called assume the feeling of the wish fulfilled. Each of these is a chapter in the book. I'm going through them in a few moments. Each of them is a segment on the PBS special. I'll see how much of it gets on. Assume the feeling of the wish fulfilled. This is so significant because your feelings are beyond your intellect. Your feeling is what you experience in your body. And when you assume the feeling of the wish fulfilled, you are taking over your subconscious mind. Your subconscious mind is the mind that does 96 to 97% of everything that you do. How do you think you got here today? You got in your cars or you got on a plane and you drove here and you got, did you think about what you were doing when you were driving? Did you think I got to put my foot on the brake? I got to slow it down? You drive all over. You could drive all the way across the country and never have one conscious thought about it. Your conscious mind is used to program your subconscious mind. Your subconscious mind is amenable to suggestions. Your subconscious mind doesn't care whether you're right or wrong, whether it's good or bad. It only accepts everything that you place into it. Hey, I'm 71 years old. At the age of 18, I was in the Navy. They sent me to Bainbridge, Maryland, to become a radioman cryptographer. And for 3 weeks, my conscious mind was programmed for an hour a day to learn Morse code. And I sat in front of a typewriter and I did Morse code an hour a day. That was 51 years ago. I have never used Morse code since. Here's the alphabet. Da 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 da. That's A through P. I could go on with this. Every time I'm in a movie theater, my kids will say, "Dad, will you stop with the Morse code? There's an exit sign up there. It's da 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 da." You know, and I'm tapping it away. My subconscious mind, after all these years that it was programmed, it's still doing the da-da-dits, the da-dits, the da-dits. I can't get it out of there. Do you know how many da-da-dits, da-da-dits, da-da-da-dits that you have? Here they are. I can't do this. I'm not very attractive. I'm not intelligent. I'm poor. I'm not allowed to have this. I'm not worthy of this. Da-da-dit, da-da-da-dit. I can't make this thing happen. Da-da-dit. I can't create miracles. Da-da-dit. I can't get over a hill. Your subconscious mind has been programmed. It doesn't take very much to get it in there. Getting it out of there is like one of the most crucial things that you can do. What you have to do, the fourth principle, is attention. You have to begin to pay attention to everything that comes at you that's involved with what's in your subconscious mind. If you're going in for a little dot to be removed from your chin and somebody's telling you your penis is going to fall off, you want to get that in the trash real fast, right? I mean, Jill Clayburgh, the great actress, just passed away. She passed away from the same kind of leukemia that I have. I had about 11 different people send me a picture of her and tell me, she was younger than you. And is that what I want to hear? Is that what I want to program my subconscious mind to begin to believe? I'm watching TV and the newscaster, Brian Williams, is on there. He said, "We're going away. We'll be right back. And when we come back, we're going to give the 10 early warning signs for Alzheimer's disease." Well, that's what I want to write down. I want to make sure I carry those with. Do you ever walk into a room and forget what you walked in there for? I've been doing that since I was 12. Do I want to program your subconscious mind is always getting things thrown at it to take out of your consciousness the things that you have placed in there that you want to manifest and attract for yourself in your life. When you use the words "I am," you are using the name of God. When you act and live from that place and call things that do not exist as if they did, and live from that and base how you feel and how your life is going on how you feel and your connection to God rather than on what somebody else tells you. I mean, when Anita came back, the doctors were insistent they couldn't find any cancer in her body after 4.5 weeks. And they were looking for a lymph node, and they couldn't even find one big enough. And they called the oncologist. They said, "Well, find anyone, because cancer has to be in her body." She had trillions of cancer cells in there. But she had a different awareness within herself. She had already seen herself as healed. And that's what and she said, you can take the samples if you want, but you're not going to find anything. I've already seen my body is healed. This is an amazing saint that is walking among us. I am so honored to have her in my life. The fifth principle is really crucial here. And I call it the last 5 minutes of your day. And this is something you can do tonight. And I want to leave you with this and have you really, really live with this. And this is, your subconscious mind is most comfortable when it is with your unconscious mind. Your unconscious mind is the time that you spend while you are asleep, especially in your dream state, especially in your REM state, your rapid eye movement state. Now, your subconscious mind had so many suggestions thrown at it from your parents, their parents, from your culture, from your history, from your religion, your school, all of this stuff that I've been talking about for the last 3 hours, you have had programmed into you about what can and can't happen. And the fact is, with God, all things are possible. All things. A person a few hours from taking her last breath can be cancer-free. The doctors can't explain it. The medical community can't explain it. It doesn't make any difference. It is possible. All things are possible. Leaves nothing out. And the only way you can get to that place is to have this awareness of, I am already what I have placed into my imagination, and what my senses tell me, what my eyes and ears tell me, what your reports tell me, what anybody else says. What part of I am well is it that you don't understand? But you don't have to complain, you don't have to explain, you don't have to make anybody else believe it. You just have to have this knowing. Now, the last 5 minutes before you go to bed is this is the most important 5 minutes of your day. You are now preparing yourself to marinate for the next 8 hours in your subconscious and unconscious mind. That's where you're headed in the next 5 minutes. And you get into that dreamy kind of, you're half awake and half asleep. And your subconscious mind cannot make a distinction between what you place there in terms of how you feel and what is happening to you in your daily life. So if you use your last 5 minutes of the day to go over all of the things that you don't like and that you don't want and that didn't work out for you and that was unfortunate for you and who you're pissed off at, and you just go through all of this litany, which most of you do, this is your, nobody can bother me now. Now I can really go through and to convince everybody I have a right to be miserable. And you're defending your right to be miserable and why you're unhappy and why you're poor and why the economy is in the toilet and all of this. You go through all of that instead of, now listen, this is right. This is why I can't wait to hear from the far right on this. In a dream, this is from the book of Job 33, verses 15 and 16. In a dream, in a vision of the night, when deep sleep falls upon men, while slumbering in their beds, then he opens the ears of men and seals their instruction. Then he opens your ears while you're in your unconscious state and seals your instruction. I didn't write this. So you want to make sure that as you're going into the last 5 minutes of the day, that you are reviewing all of your I ams. I am happy. I am in a great relationship. I am prosperous. I am thin. I am happy. I am content. I am fulfilled. I am perfect health. I am God. I am God. I am that. I am. And just keep saying it and saying it. And now you're 8 hours and your ears are about to be opened and your instructions are going to be sealed and your universal subconscious mind, your one subconscious mind is going to wake up the next morning, come into this level of consciousness that we're in, and there's only one universal subconscious mind. We're all using it. There's 2,000 individuals in here. There's one mind, folks. There's only one mind. We are all God. We are all using this mind of God in one way or another. Some use it for our ego, where we've edged God out, ego, we've edged God out, and other of us are using it to stay in a God-realized state. But you now come back and you join the universal subconscious mind, which offers you the opportunity to be a creator in your life. You can create anything because you are God. And you are now connected to God. And now the universe, God consciousness, divine mind, begins to offer you up experiences that match up to what you have placed into your own individual subconscious mind. This is how it works. This is the simple system. You get that automatic habitual mind of yours aligned with God consciousness, and all things are possible. And then you live from that, and then someone like a John of God comes. So as you prepare yourself for being in this state of God consciousness, you go into a place in your imagination where there's absolutely no limitations to what you place. Now, this is what I have been doing after I started reading and Neville and U.S. Anderson and the Three Magic Words. It began to occur to me that I had bought into and saying things like, I am sick. I would even say, even in my talks, I have leukemia. You may have even heard me say it. And it was like, I didn't even realize that when I was saying that, I was asking the universal subconscious mind to give me experiences that match up to this I am that I've placed into my imagination, into my mind. Whereas when I say I am well, I am perfect health, I am offering the universal subconscious mind an opportunity to give me experiences that match up to that, because that's God speaking. And it isn't like I'm saying here, you just have to follow what I say and you're never going to die. I mean, life itself is a sexually transmitted terminal disease, That's not a surprise to any of us, all right? But the key is to live every single day that you have from a place of well-being, from a place of contentment, and not be focused on what's missing, what's wrong, what used to be, what others tell you, what others want for you, but instead using your imagination and allowing the universal subconscious mind. And a woman, a doctor in California, her name's Reina Piscova, and she's a medical doctor, an eye surgeon. She was going down to Abadiânia in Brazil. She wanted me to go with her because she knew about this leukemia diagnosis, and she felt that This being down there who has treated some 25 million people without any anesthesia. Oprah did a whole show on this. They took a whole team of people from Harvard to debunk this person, and they all became devotees. And they now are out there talking about this man. I just spent 3 days with him in upstate New York at the Omega Institute, which were life-changing days. Anyway, I didn't go to Brazil because I was writing this book, and I really didn't realize at the time that everything I was writing about I needed to experience. So she got down there, and she called me up, and she went to John of God, and she showed, I had 4 pictures taken of me, from the front, from the back, from both sides, all dressed in white. Now, this is weird, folks, and I'm going to leave you with a really weird story here, okay? And remember what I said at the opening, have a mind that's open to everything, attached nowhere. All right. I'm going along with Raina because she's been down there twice before. She's really into this, and, she's very nice. I thought it was nice of her to invite me, but I wasn't going to Brazil. I had the pictures taken. I did what I was told. She took the pictures to John of God and asked him if he would do surgery on me. She thinks that my voice is so important she doesn't want me to leave yet. That's Raina's perspective. He looked at the pictures and said, no, it's not possible. He cannot be treated because he's not taking the herbs, and you have to be taking these special herbs and drinking this blessed holy water. Raina got in a car. She went to a FedEx office, got the herbs, had them FedEx to me all the way to Maui. 3 days later, they arrive on a Tuesday. I take 3 on Tuesday. I take 3 on Wednesday, and I have my picture retaken, front, back, side, doing everything that she's telling me to do, sort of placating her and humoring her, but open to it as well because I've always been open to these kinds of things. I've always been attracted to extraordinariness rather than ordinariness. He said, yes, you can have your surgery. You'll have your surgery. It'll be Thursday morning. He does surgery on Wednesday, Thursday, and Friday. Thursday morning, 7 a.m. my time, 2 o'clock Brazil time. And she said, so when you get up, she said, you'll have the surgery. I don't know how long it'll be. It's usually just a few moments. And John of God doesn't do this surgery. He has these entities. I know. It's okay. That enter his body. You can, by the way, go on YouTube and check out some of the things that you'll see. It was amazing to see that Harvard surgeon go down there and saying, nothing in my experience allows me to even explain what is happening here. His heart was closed, and all of a sudden it started bleeding underneath his heart, and they couldn't stop the bleeding, and he had no bleeding disorder. And the woman there in Portuguese said to him, John of God just informed me that your heart has been closed, and they have opened it now. This was a medical doctor from Harvard who now talks about healing goes way beyond what medicine has to offer us. So 7 o'clock in the morning comes, and I do the surgery in the middle of the night. She told me anything could happen during the night. You just don't know. She told me to take things off the top shelves because sometimes it's like a volcano or a hurricane or something going in there, or an earthquake. So I got up at 7 o'clock that morning, and she called me. She said, he sat with your picture for 40 minutes. She said, I've never seen him ever do this before. She says, him and I and you. This is a guy where maybe 4,000 or 5,000 people a day come through Abadiânia, and he's never charged anybody for this healing. He's an amazing, amazing being. He's a gemologist. He just deals in minerals and so on. He's about my age. He's about 2 years younger than I am. And he knows who these entities are, former doctors, and some say it's even Jesus who's doing this work. So 7 o'clock came, and she called. She said, now, you're going to have to go back to bed. You've had surgery for 40 minutes. She said, this is real surgery. Now, she's a surgeon herself, an eye surgeon. I said, okay, Raina. But when I hung up, I said to my kids, my daughter Serena and my son Sam's with her, I said, I'm going for a walk. And she said, don't go for a walk. She said, it's no different than if you've had your gallbladder removed. She said, you've had very serious surgery. I didn't feel anything. So I said, I'm going for a walk. She said, you are to sleep for 24 hours. And if you don't sleep for those 24 hours, you will be anesthetized and made to go to sleep. I said, right. So I went for a walk. I walked down the stairs, got about 100 yards from my front door, and I collapsed. I couldn't get up. I was just so sick. I finally almost crawled back up to my apartment, came in, and I just said to my daughter, I said, honey, I am so sick. I'm going to bed. And I had slept 8 hours the night before. I was in bed for a week. I ate a little bit of soup. I drank the holy water, the blessed water that had been sent up to me. And I'm shortening this because of the time. So 7 days go by, and Raina said, you will have, are you ready? You will have your sutures removed on the 28th. I know this, but my date, because it was my mother's 91st birthday, the 21st of April. She said on the 28th, on Thursday night, you will have your sutures removed. I said, the only problem is I don't have any sutures. I don't know what she said, no, they're invisible sutures. But they will be, the entities will come into your room during the night and take these sutures out. The nice thing about 71 is you can sound as crazy as a loon up here, and it's just all okay. But it isn't crazy, and I say that only with tongue in cheek, because it's very very profound and very powerful. So that night came, and I did everything that I was told to do. I dressed in white. I didn't eat any spiced foods. I didn't have any pepper, no sex, no activity of any kind, no walking, it's just resting and so on. Ate the foods I was supposed to, did everything I was supposed to. So 7 o'clock in the morning, and I had just bought a brand new watch that my daughter had insisted that I get. It's called a Panerai, a watch that is guaranteed, like an atomic watch, to never lose or gain a second. All right, I wore that to bed that night. 7 o'clock the next morning, I wake up, 8 hours I'd been in bed, and I woke up. I felt so strange, but I couldn't explain what it was. And I walked out, and I got a phone call from my friend Carrie, and she said, how did it go? I said, well, it's only 7 o'clock. I said, it's only 7 o'clock. I'm not supposed to even know anything before that. She said, no, it's not 7 o'clock. It's 8:30 or it's 8:20. I said, no, you got it wrong. I said, it's right here. It's 7:05 is what. She said, it's 8:25. I'm at the airport. I've got to fly to Honolulu. I'm getting ready to board a plane. During the night, this watch that had never lost or gained a second lost 80 minutes. And I came out, and I was just so groggy. And my son looked at me and he said, what were you doing in there last night? I said, I just went to sleep. He said, no. He said, your eye. He said, it looks like someone has taken and scraped the inside of your eye. The inside of my right eye was all scraped on the inside. And there was just a tiny little pupil dot in there, like I had been doing serious drugs all night. And I said, I don't know. I said, but I just think you guys are so beautiful. I just love you. Did I ever tell you how much I love you? And my son's going, whoa, what? From that moment on, about 3 days later in my meditation, I was told, you don't have to run away from yoga any longer. You are healed. You can do yoga. I went and said, instead of going for a walk, just go to yoga. And I went to the yoga studio, and I picked up where I had left off 11 months before. I don't know if any of you know Bikram yoga, but it's a very intense 90-minute heavy-duty workout for someone 71, let alone for anyone. All right? So I was back doing it. I now do it 5 or 6 days a week. My birthday was a few days later. I'd had the experience that I told you about, and I decided I was going to see John of God up at Rhinebeck at Omega in September. And I went there, and there were 1,500 people a day, all dressed in white. It was really, honestly, for 3 days, it was like being in heaven. I think the poet was right, Elizabeth Barrett Browning. Earth's crammed with heaven. This was like heaven. Everybody's dressed in white. Everybody ate vegetarian food. There was a beautiful lake there. I swam across it every day. Everybody just was kind and loving to each other. It was just so peaceful and so beautiful and just so wonderful. And everybody was just, and I was so in love. I mean, I was just so happy with, and it's been that way since this happened. I mean, it was almost as if I just see the world totally different than I've ever seen it before. Every single one of you just looks so beautiful to me. I'm just in that state and always in that. And I've been giving almost everything I get. And the ironic part of it is that more keeps coming and more keeps coming. It's just been this most miraculous, phenomenal journey. So I got up there, and Skip, the guy who runs the whole place, he said, I'm not going to, when you walk by John of God, now 1,500 people a day are walking by him up there, so they just walk by, and he'll just say, go to this place, or have a blessing, or go to the current room and observe my healings and interventions and so on. And they didn't introduce me as any particular special person of any kind. They just put me in the line. I walked up, and John of God looked up at me, and in Portuguese, he said, big smile, he said, you are well. I want you to, he asked me in Portuguese, how long are you going to be here? And I said, until Wednesday. He said, I would like you to observe every one of my spiritual interventions and have you sat there. And I meditated all day Monday, all day Tuesday, and Wednesday morning, and watched as these various people were there. I was up there with some friends who were very, very sick, some people who got some very serious illnesses. I saw one man walk in there with a cane, and he just sort of hobbled up, and John of God just said, you don't need that stick. And they took his stick away, and he went, and he said, sit there. And then when he had everybody get up, he went to go get his stick, and the lady said, you don't need the stick anymore. And he walked out like I walk out. I watched it. I saw the whole thing happen. Everyone who goes there isn't healed, and so on. But the infusion of love, the thing that you were describing over there that you said you wrote an article about, it's that overwhelming sense. It's an amazing story. It's the story of a man named John Newton who was a slave ship holder. John Newton, 1735-36, he had a boatload filled with human beings to be sold into slavery from Senegal to Columbia, South Carolina. Crosses the ocean, And in the midst of his crossing runs into a hurricane, they say, and he feels he's going to die and everyone on the ship is going to die. And he hears one of the men who's tied up underneath the hold, his voice. And his voice has got this melodic kind of allure to it. And he's listening to that and to the accompaniment of one of the African men that is being to be sold into slavery. He writes down the words of a song on the back of an envelope. And it became not only what happened is after he wrote the words down to the song, they thought they were all going to die. The next day, the storm cleared and he turned his ship around and he went back to Africa. And he released all of the people that were on the ship. And he went from there to Bristol in England. And for the next 55 years, John Newton became the spokesperson, the most ardent spokesperson for the abolition of slavery. He went from Saul to Paul. You know, Paul, who wrote the 80% of the New Testament, was Saul of Tarsus, a man who crucified and killed Christians by the hundreds until he had this conversion on the road to Damascus in one instant. And that's what I'm saying to you here tonight. A talk like this, hearing this information, knowing who you are, that you are not this body, knowing the answer to the question, who am I, is I am God. And our greatest teachers have told it to us, including Jesus Christ. I once was lost, and now I'm found. I got rid of that ego. Tagore put it so beautifully. Rabindranath Tagore, the great Indian poet, talking about the ego. He said, I went out alone on my way to my tryst. But who is this me in the dark? I step aside to avoid his presence, but I escape him not. He makes the dust rise from the earth with his swagger. He adds his loud voice to every word I utter. He is my own little self, my Lord. He knows no shame, but I am ashamed to come to thy door in his company. See, you got a choice, folks, always, as the poet tells us. You can either be a host to God or a hostage to your ego. It's up to you. God bless you.
To watch another amazing Wayne Dyer video, check it out right there next to me. I think you'll love it. Continue to believe, and I'll see you there.
I have a right to be happy. I have a right to be unhappy. You'll hear people say it all the time. I have a right to be miserable. And they go around defending their right to be miserable. And when you defend your right to be miserable, you attract exactly what you're defending into your life.